Good evening. It is June 18th, 2020. This is the Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board meeting. The Governing Board met in closed session from 5:30 p.m. to 6:50 p.m. and took the following action. Per Board Policy 5117, the Governing Board voted 5-0 to approve a student interdistrict transfer into Cabrillo Unified School District.
I'm sorry, point of order, because Rosie is helping Lizette try to get on the call. I just want to check to see if we're recording this meeting. I think probably any one of us can, but maybe Kim, you want to do that?
Rosie is there.
She's here, okay.
Okay, do we have, Rosie, you're muted.
We're recording now. Sorry, I was helping Lisette.
That's what we
Thank you
figured.
so
Thank
much.
you.
Should I wait just a moment until we have Lizette as a panelist?
She was gonna try again because she couldn't connect the first time.
We'll wait just a moment so we have all board members here.
I gotta go ahead again and check. Just give me a second.
Oh, I think I see a phone number.
Hello?
Lizette?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Thank
can.
you. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, God, that's so much for trying to be on time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I know connections sometimes are crazy in the world of virtual meetings. So we have everyone now. And so the governing board met in closed session from 5:30 p.m. to 6:50 p.m. and took the following action. Per board policy 5117, the governing board voted 5-0 to approve a student interdistrict transfer into Cabrillo Unified School District. Lauren, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Definitely.
Wait just a second so we get our flag up.
Okay. Oh.
Ready.
All right. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to
and
the
to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
one nation, under
God,
God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda as written?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second Sophia.
Thank you, Sophia. Do we need a roll call vote for agenda approval? No. Okay, so all in favor? Aye.
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 A roll call.
Oh,
Roll call? Okay. Thank you. For Kim, aye. Sophia?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Lauren,
On mute.
Aye, sorry.
thank you. Motion passes 5+1.
Point of order question, do we have new guidance that we need to do roll call votes for everything on Zoom?
We did last time, so
Okay.
yes, we will for all of our actions. This brings us to item 8. And Lauren, if you would open your video so we can see you.
I think my access was stopped because I think my mom is under my name, so it got confusing.
Oh, wow. For special recognition this evening, the governing board recognizes Ms. Lauren DeBose for her excellent service as board student representative for the 2018-19 and the 2019-20 school years. So Lauren, thank you so very much for being part of our governing board community, for all of the reports and your reports tonight. Thank you for participating with us tonight. Congratulations on your acceptance to San Diego State University. And please know that a bag of San Diego State swag is heading your way. And some of your classmates consulted, so we think you'll like what's in the bag of swag.
Lauren, Iris helped me pick it out. So if you don't like the stuff, you can complain to her.
That's so nice. Thank you.
So congratulations, and thank you so much, Lauren, for your service to the board and to the district. We've really appreciated it. We wish you all the best in your college career. Look forward to hearing what you do and all the wonderful things and where you end up being. So thank you so much. Hope that you've learned something from these 2 years. We've really appreciated all that you've contributed. So
Yeah, I definitely have. It was a really great experience serving for the board. I'm really happy I was able to do it for 2 whole years and sit at that table with the troubling mics and for a long time, for 3 hours or 3 to 4 hour meetings. When the clock was approaching 10 p.m. and President Hines had to ask, anyone motion past curfew? And we'd all just like stare at each other and just shake our heads. But I learned so much about what's going on behind the scenes in our school district and met so many people that put countless hours, and just being able to put a face to all the work that's been done I'm really grateful for it. And I'm going to miss you guys. Thank you.
We're going to miss you too, Lauren. Thank you. We know wherever you go, you're going to shine.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Congratulations on your next steps, Lauren, and thank you for your service to the district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren, and as well, congratulations. And I wish you nothing but the best. And just thank you for just your voice, your just enthusiasm. Even though you made it sound like you were part of every single school, just the way you made your announcements, that they sounded very exciting. Not that they weren't, but I always appreciated that from you. Thank you for everything.
And to Lauren's mom, we can't see you, but I hope you're smiling from ear to ear. And thank you for being such a wonderful mom to Lauren. This is super, absolutely super. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Lauren, thank you, Amy.
Awesome. Well, thank you. We'll continue on with our meeting. Our next item on the agenda are communications. And under public comment, tonight we have one comment. Public comments right now are being read. And the item I have is from Jenny Walter. Jenny is Vice President of Coast Pride. And what a pleasure for me to be reading this comment. On behalf of Coast Pride, I would like to present each member of the governing board with Coast Pride's, just a moment. I just have to, the view option accidentally filled my whole window. So I have to get back to where I can read my comments. How did this happen? Sorry, I have to exit full screen. Again, I am reading for Jenny Walter. On behalf of Coast Pride, I would like to present each member of the governing board with Coast Pride's first SOGI commendation and ask you to acknowledge the superintendent, Sean McFetridge, who is receiving a super SOGI, as well as all of those who have worked in partnership with Coast Pride to make our schools a safe and welcoming place for all. These individuals include Jason Owens, the principals of Cunha and Half Moon Bay High, Jason Owens and John Nazar, and also Marcina Kendall and Deanna Towers. As you know from the proclamation you adopted in October 2019, SOGI stands for Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity and Expression. In that proclamation, recognizing October annually as LGBTQ History Month, you also recognize the importance of SOGI data collection in establishing, supports, and implementing programs and curricula that reflect the diversity of LGBTQ people. Coastside Pride would like to honor each of you with this SOGI commendation, which will be distributed to you, and with Rosie Acosta's help, you may be able to see a picture of them, along with a photo of Holly Wade receiving the first annual CP Equity Warrior Award earlier today. We thank you for your leadership in adopting proclamations annually designating October LGBTQ History Month, June Pride Month, and celebrating with educational and other activities. We also thank you for your commitment to gender and equity access and partnering with Coast Pride to pave the way for our school personnel to be trained on the collection and use of SOGI data to implement programs and curricula that reflect the diversity of LGBTQ people. An opportunity to share information about their sexual orientation and gender identity in a welcoming environment will facilitate important conversations with teachers and counselors who are in a position to be very helpful. The fact that many people do not know how to discuss sexual orientation or gender identity with their students perpetuates invisibility of LGBTQ people and contributes to the lack of LGBTQ inclusive cultural competency and training for school personnel. SOGI data collection is a key component of enhancing the ability of LGBTQ people and service providers to engage in meaningful dialogue to promote the provision of high quality services, a hallmark of our schools. And I think that's the bottom of the field, but I can't see. I think that was the whole statement. So thank you very much, Jenny, for that wonderful statement. I know officially we don't comment, but that was, I think, really important for our district and in all of our craziness of times. That was it's incredibly valuable for our students and our community. Next on our communications list is 9B, Employee Organizations Report. Do we have CUTA representative online?
Just give me a second. Let me look for Sean Riordan.
There's Sean.
President Hines, Superintendent McFetridge, board members, and district leadership. After 9 meetings of at least 30 hours, over a year and a half of bargaining, and the most exceptional school year of all time, worked by teachers under an expired contract. I'm sorry to report that negotiations has broken down. At the last bargaining session, devolved into personal attacks by Dr. McFetridge on bargaining members. The teachers need to be compensated for the past year, and with a $5.9 million reserve, these are the most recent numbers provided by Jesus Contreras, the district has plenty of resources to provide the teachers with a retroactive raise as proposed that would cost $390,000, leaving a substantial reserve over the 3% required by the state, and well on the way to the aspirational 16% reserve. This was an exceptional year of sacrifice, personal and collective. In order to move forward, we need to work cooperatively and cordially to meet the students' needs in the coming year. But how can that be done in a school district in which the district management has lost its credibility with so many teachers? Let's remember, we're negotiating a year in the past. We're negotiating the 2019-2020 contract. So let me remind you of some things from the past. The financial outlook from the district in September was disaster, gloom, doom, layoffs, and cuts. In December, there was some respite with passage of the parcel tax, but the district management refused to talk about a raise for the teachers in the coming year due to financial insecurity. Well, that is, financial insecurity is a yearly occurrence in public education. The DO in spring, well silenced during COVID, and the DOs in the summer. No money for a raise. We need a 16% reserve, and we need $5.9 million for a rainy day. Well, the sky has fallen. It is not time for a rainy day. Let me remind you, no cuts have been made yet. The parcel tax is passed, and we are still in a revenue limit funded district, and yet there is $5.9 million in reserve. The CUTA hopes to work productively and cooperatively to make necessary concessions to accommodate next year's budget, just as we will accommodate next year's educational landscape. You just heard me use the words cooperate, concession, and accommodate. And I want to get to a place of cooperation, concession, and accommodation. But my question to the board is this: how do we get there if all we have heard from the district management at the bargaining table is no and zero? As a board, you need to instruct Superintendent Dr. McFetridge to cooperate and cease his abrasive outbursts. You need to make concessions and dig a few $100,000 out of the $5.9 million reserve to pay the teachers a retroactive raise. You can do all this and still accommodate the district's resolution to work to an aspirational reserve fund. Now, on to agenda item 13D. Here we go again with the kindergarten stuff. In another dust up and break with the norms, the superintendent is urging the board to put an exclamation point on the TKK debacle by reaffirming a previous board resolution. The superintendent has made clear to kindergarten teachers that they need to work harder. He stated this at a Hatch PTO meeting. Dr. McFetridge also feels kindergarten teachers have enjoyed too much preparation time, so now they will get none. With prior superintendents, the extended day kindergarten schedules could have been collaboratively readjusted away from the bargaining table. We call this win-win. This is not the case under current district management. Hours of bargaining with an attorney over an educational issue. You'll note consent item 12E. The cost of the presence of an attorney at the bargaining table is $400 an hour. We sat for 30 hours, $12,000 to bargain an issue that is under effective leadership could have been resolved away from the negotiating table. Consider $12,000 of this management's decision compared to the $125 that kindergarten teachers are provided with by the district to buy supplies for an entire year. Does this lopsided calculus really indicate that the district, quote, values helping kids and families? Finally, agenda item 10E. The CUTA noticed that the certificated salary schedule is attached to the board agenda tonight. We are proud of this salary schedule. It took us years to get there, and it's nothing close to comparable to other districts, but we have to keep trying, and we'll not give up trying either. Now let's take a few moments to compare the CUSD schedule with two local districts. One of the districts is San Mateo Foster City, just over the hill. This is a comparable non-basic aid district, similar to CUSD in funding, and is a TK through 8 district. The other district we'll refer to tonight is San Mateo Union High School District, a basic aid district of all high schools. San Mateo Union High School District may not be a fair comparison to Cabrillo Unified School District, but it does compete with us for the attraction and retention of high school teachers. In this first slide, we'll see that a starting salary at Cabrillo Unified is $50,000. At San Mateo Foster City, it's nearly $10,000 more. And at San Mateo Union High School, $22,000 more. As we move up the schedule, if we'll move down a little bit here, to step 12, this is where longevity starts and the teachers no longer achieve a yearly raise. You'll see that again, San Mateo Foster City, $10,000 more, while San Mateo Union High School District, $40,000 more. Can we slide down to the next part? Now here comes the big numbers. Look at this. This is how you get to $100,000. At San Mateo Union High School District, it'll take 9 years and a BA plus 30 units. At Foster City, it will take 13 years and 75 units. Now scroll all the way to the bottom. At Cabrillo Unified, it will take 27 years and 90 units. I'd like to end with a statement, with a resolution from the San Mateo Foster City School District. The San Mateo Foster City School District reaffirms its commitment to the goal of bringing San Mateo Elementary Teachers Association bargaining unit salary up to the top 10% of non-basic aid districts in San Mateo County. The following compensation agreement represents the school districts in San Mateo Elementary Teachers Association's best effort at this time to move forward toward this goal. The district will continue its efforts in the future to achieve this goal and its other adopted goals and objectives. Wow. San Mateo Foster City is not passing resolutions about keeping a 16% reserve. The resolutions that they aspire to is to compensate their teachers fairly. So my question to the board members is this: do you aspire to a bank account with 16% reserve, or do you aspire to compensate your teachers fairly? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sean. Do we have our CSEA representative?
He didn't confirm he will present a report. And he's on the attendees list.
Okay. Next up are our board member reports. Sophia, would you like to start us off tonight? You're muted.
There we go. I just want to start off with a huge congratulations. It's hard to kind of remember, just a couple weeks ago, we had graduates from our two high schools and kids getting promoted. So I just want to congratulate everybody again, especially those graduates who are moving on to new adventures, even if those adventures are potentially slightly adjusted from their earlier plans. And to everybody, you know, students, staff, parents, everybody that survived this emergency state of distance learning, adjusted meal delivery, and hopefully now folks have a little bit of a chance to regroup. I know it's not a normal summer, and I know it's going to be an interesting school year next year, but hopefully we can have at least a little bit of, you know, ability to take a breath. Clearly, you know, we're all under a lot of stress from the situation. I think it's important that we do that. it is really like I've been reflecting on the situation right now. It's difficult to absorb all that we're experiencing. It's a historic moment in time with an unprecedented global viral pandemic. We have an economic recession, bittersweetly perhaps a long overdue reckoning with the ongoing public health epidemic of systemic racism that continues to permeate through our whole society. And with all of this, of course, our mental health crisis is worsening across the board. In schools, we continue to face challenges around planning that safe return to campus in August, and the given the ongoing pandemic and the severe budget cuts that we're expecting since COVID hit. So all this exacerbates an inequitable, inadequate public school funding system, and we can see that in the data that Mr. Reardon shared with us as well, that funding levels make a big difference. So I think that's important to keep our eye on that, that aspect of our big picture as well. And still we have, I would say, a dire need to really accelerate progress for our most vulnerable students, most of all, and our student population as a whole. So it's a lot on our plates. And I think, it's pretty stressful right now for all of us. So how can we survive? I mean, this is really hard. I've been reading a little bit about kind of different theories around this and how you get through times like this. And one of the things I like a lot is this concept of radical acceptance. It's a concept that a psychologist, Marsha Linehan, has come up with and described. And she describes it as the following: radical acceptance doesn't mean you don't try to change things. You can't change anything if you don't accept it, because if you don't accept it, you'll try to change something else that you think is reality. Striving to return to an old normal would ensure that the mechanisms of oppression keep turning. We're not going back to normal. We are pushing toward a new normal, one that is more sustainable and equitable than the one we left behind, one in which everyone might flourish. And I strongly believe this is true. We have, between the pandemic, racism, and other, I would say, staggering societal inequities, budget crises, like these are really inconvenient truths, and they're realities no one would choose. I really feel we can only get to a sustainable, more equitable normal by shining a light on those areas, accepting them, working collaboratively toward a common mission. In our case, as a public school district, my aspiration is our students' learning and our students' well-being. And while there are so many things that are out of our control, we have kids 8 hours a day. There's a lot that is in our control too, whether they're remote learning or on campus. I think that's important. To do anything less would be really, really challenging to accept. So that's kind of how I'm seeing the big picture. And I think about that a lot because I think that impacts a lot of what goes on with us day to day right now. I've really been appreciative of the county's heavy lifting to establish a framework for our schools to use in planning returns to campus. Also for the major teacher training effort they're launching to support distance learning. I think it's really great and important that we take advantage of these opportunities around us to support our kids. And that's what we're here for, right? I'm really grateful for district staff and families and school staff as well for providing input through committees, focus groups, and surveys. There's a lot going on right now to help us plan that process for incorporating those 4 pillars: health and hygiene, physical distancing, face coverings, and limiting gatherings to keep students and staff safe as we proceed stepwise toward return to campus. And a huge big thank you to Dr. Holly Wade, who we know will be embarking on a new chapter in her career. Can't thank you enough for Holly for all that you've done for our students in terms of special education, as well as other people in personnel services. I'm glad you're leaving that second part in tremendously awesome hands with Jason Owens. And it's also very exciting to have Martha Ladd transition to a new, hopefully exciting opportunity for you, Martha, with special education. So no doubt you'll fill up Holly's big shoes there. And I'm grateful to all those who continue to strive for financial sustainability and for equity and for continuous improvement in our schools. Those 3 factors are intimately tied and related, and without one, we can't have the other. I've also appreciated the opportunity of continue participating with other school board members from the county, across San Mateo County, and weekly updates. It's been a lot of stuff going on, so I've been grateful for that. Grateful for deep dives with them on the framework and the budget, what's coming out of from the state. as well as staying in touch with other aspects of the state through CSBA. And I think it's just all too easy with so much going on and so many stressors are top our normal, not to mention like the personal things that we all deal with every day, to fall into just, comfortable patterns and feeling like divisive and feeling like it's us and them. And I think nobody here really feels that way. And I think, kind of having that approach would distract from our mission, which is kids. And I think sometimes it's not obvious that every one of us every single day faces that choice with our words, with our behaviors, to take those narratives at surface value and not see this as a situation where anyone has malintent. But I think it's hard, especially in these times when worries and anxieties run high, to really take that time to really better understand both broadly and deeply, how all this works, and to really earnestly consider all our own biases and as we do that. And we know hopefully through all the conversations around race and bias that it's in all of us, and to deny that would be counterproductive. So I think also a lot about how much we have here on the coast side. We have a beautiful landscape, amazing weather, an incredibly generous, diverse, beautiful community. We have positive momentum now from the Supreme Court. It was like a block gangbuster week with two amazing decisions in support of LGBTQ employees and in support of Dreamer immigrants. I think, to me, this is a transformative time in history, letting go what was and dreaming more about what could be. We can see more opportunities even in returning to school, maybe more opportunities for outdoor learning or smaller group learning or culturally relevant learning as we do that. Can we come up with longer term strategies and collaborations using new science? We're learning more and more every day about the learning process and about the world, using innovative techniques to boost learning, especially for those most vulnerable students, but really for everybody is a huge opportunity. And, again, never thought it was going to be my, an area where I'd spend so much time, but the reality is, be it for a family or be it for an organization, financial sustainability is what gives you the ability to grow your impact on students rather than just being in survival mode. And it's going to be messy, it's going to be difficult, but I really do feel strongly it's what we need to do. So I'm going to close with a quote from a former president of ours. You guys remember Barack Obama. This speaks to me a lot, and I wanted to share it with folks here as well. As follows: I recognize that these past few months have been hard and dispiriting, that the fear, sorrow, uncertainty, and hardship of a pandemic have been compounded by tragic reminders that prejudice and inequality still shape so much of American life. If going forward we can channel our justifiable anger into peaceful, sustained, and effective action, then this moment can be a real turning point in our nation's long journey, or in our district's long journey, to live up to our highest ideals. Let's get to work. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sophia, and thank you for the quote. Lizette, would you like to share your comments?
Can you come back to me?
Sure, I can come back to you. Mary Beth, would you like to share your comments?
Sure. I just want to start by thanking the staff for these packets at our board meeting tonight that are killer long, and killer taking up my weekend to read, and killer taking up my, another 6-hour meeting. We started, I think last time we started at 5:30 and we got done to close to midnight, I think. So we start closed session at 5:30. So it's a long meeting for sure. But I'm thanking them because that means there's a lot going on, and I appreciate that. And I just wanted to call that out, that we are jam-packed board packets. I feel like we've had lots of meetings lately, and there's a lot going on. So I appreciate it. I feel also like I know what's going on. I've learned a lot about what's going on, and I like it that the public also can see that as well. That brings me to, I also want to thank all the people on the calls. So many of you have been sitting through these calls and going above and beyond, trying to understand what's going on with the numbers and the packets. And I love that. And I just want to call out and thank you, because it's a big deal, and it helps us to be transparent with the public and the community, because we want people to know what's going on and to understand it. And you are all helping by doing that and being here and listening to the recordings. So I want to thank you for that. And especially with the COVID, what's going on and the uncertainties coming up, I think it's really important that we all do work together. All our school staff, all the public community members, that we are going to have to work together, because our funding is so uncertain at this point. And we can talk more about, you know, reserves and things when we get to the financial piece, but it's been hard, and you guys have been with us this last year when we've been forced to make some hard decisions and make some hard cuts that have been hard on a lot of people. And you guys were there and understood what was happening and stood by us, staff and public alike. And we need you, because guess what? You know, uncertain funding, it's deja vu. We're going to have to do this. I think Kelly said that. Kelly Hoffman Davis said that. Deja vu. We're going to have to do it all again. And it's terrible, because we're just kind of getting out of the woods and getting a clear view again. And then COVID hit. So I'm thanking you all for being there for us. And it's going to be a tough road going forward to get through this uncertainty here. It's kind of the perfect storm right now. We've got, you know, declining enrollment affecting our budget. You know, we've got declining budget. We don't know how bad yet, but because of COVID, it does sound like it's going to decline. And we continue to deficit spend. We continue to spend more money than is coming in, and we've been doing it for years. And we've got to stop. We're just, you know, the pot is getting thin and we're running out. We'll talk more about that later. I think that'll be a big conversation later in our meeting. But so thank you all for coming together. And as Sophia said, you know, we really do want to work together with everyone and be part of the solution. There's only so much money we have to serve these kids, and that's the bottom line, right? Is what are we doing for these kids? So let's continue to work together. I do also want to thank Holly. Thank you so much. You'll be missed. So thank you for all the work you've done. I know you've done a lot. You've worked hard over the years, and good luck with your future endeavors. I also want to call out again, as I did last meeting, the County of San Mateo and the California School Boards Association, CSBA. They've been doing a lot to keep us as a local elected officials in general, and as school board elected officials, to keep us in the loop about what's going on with funding and COVID and all the changes coming up and how to handle it and what we need to do. So there's been a lot of conference calls, Zoom calls on that, and I did want to call it out because we are getting information. It's going to be hard and there's a lot to do, but they are bringing information to us. And I also just want to close, and I always like to just remind people, really do feel free to reach out to discuss things. If you know you're confused or unhappy or want to share your thoughts, I'm more than happy to hear it. I want to hear it. A lot of times it's easier to maybe talk on the phone versus trying to go back and forth over email or whatever. So I'm happy to talk. If we could do it, I'd be happy to have a coffee. Well, I hate coffee. I'll have a hot chocolate with you. But I do want to encourage you to, because I need to know what's going on in the public. And I also want to be able to tell what I think too, or what I know, or hear what you know that I don't know, or tell you what I know that you don't know. So please always feel free to reach out, and I will try to be good about responding. And just all of us remember, kids are the bottom line here. We're doing this all for the kids. And the only way we're going to be able to get better and do better is by doing things together. So always feel free to reach out, and that's all I have to say. It's going to be a tough road going forward budget-wise, but we'll figure it out. We figured it out before, and we'll do it again. And what choice do we have? Because we need to do it for the kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Freya, would you like to offer your comments?
I'll unmute and then say sure. Yeah, I want to reiterate some of what's already been said by Sophia and Mary Beth. Congratulations to all the graduates. As we said before, now it's happened, and hopefully everybody's enjoying a wonderful summer in these COVID times. I know it's all a little different. And want to say thank you to everyone who worked so hard this last year and this spring in particular amid these such uncertain and kind of crazy times. And just to say thank you again for all of our teachers and staff and administrators. And for our students who had to step up to learn in a whole new way. And I also just want to kind of acknowledge kind of how difficult and strange it is to have meetings like this, not around a table, not with people kind of sitting near you. I keep thinking, oh, we could all just sit down and talk in a room together, but we can't do that right now. And so I think we need to acknowledge that in these strange times that is perhaps contributing to kind of a disconnect a little bit that we need to take into mind when we're looking forward to things. And I just want to reiterate that, we're in really uncertain financial times and we don't know exactly what it's going to look like. My aspiration as well is I would love to give teachers raises. I would love to pay all of our staff more. Every single one of them deserves more. I would love to provide more resources to our kids. But we do have to stay within a framework. And so I guess my hope is reiterating Sean's words in terms of collaboration and coming together and really coming together on the facts of the economics and what it looks like and where we're at. And if we can all kind of agree on what those are, because there are some assumptions that are based upon different things, but there are also facts. There's also money. There's just what it works and what doesn't. So I'm really hopeful that we can all find a way to get to that place together. And then I just wanted to call out, we had a request given so we have COVID, and then of course we have this whole other issues with the riots and the protests and the racial inequality that's being spotlighted. It's always there. It's been there for hundreds of years, but it's being spotlighted so much more. And we did get a request, and I just wanted to bring this up now and open set for public comments that maybe in the future we could look at as an agenda item. It was a particular request from a woman asking us to look at the amount spent on police presence in our schools, reassessing white bias in our materials, and introducing Black and people of color literature and poetry, which I think we already do, but I just felt like it would be nice to respond to that, and also adopting a zero tolerance for racism policy inside and outside classrooms. So I just want to make sure that we bookmark that in terms of coming back to that, talking about what we've already done, but also what we could maybe do more. Because I think in this time of change, as Sophie was saying, there's always room to move forward and figure out what we don't even know that we are already doing that we need to do better. So I just wanted to make that call as well on that base. And thank you, Holly, for your years of service. We appreciate you and wish you luck in whatever you're heading to next. And just wanted to say thank you for all of us, for everyone here who's listening in, but for keeping going in this strange new time. And hopefully we can find the silver linings in all of this and figure out how to move forward together collaboratively and make some lemonade out of the lemons that are being given to us right now. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Freya. Lizette.
Hi everybody. It's hard not to talk about the finances when it's very evident and it's something that we are going to have to deal with. I guess I've been in communication with community members from my community, parents, and it's very concerning because teachers do deserve raises, as well as all the unrepresented staff and all the other staff, that are behind the scene and are helping to keep our kids safe and doing all the work. And right now, since schools are closed, we have people who are there distributing food for kids who need it. And, I completely agree. Everybody deserves a raise, but it's hard to do the right thing when, you have so many people to do the right thing for, if that makes any sense. And, in the Latino community, it's a big concern that, money will be coming out of somewhere, and eventually it's going to look like, you know, we're going to have to cut, you know, funding for programs and services, which are going to eventually trickle down and affect kids who are already struggling as it is. And it's unfortunate because I think, like everybody and like Freya just said, it's at the end of the day, it's about the kids. You know, watching them struggle, trying to tell people that these are hard times, and not to worry when people don't know how they're going to pay rent, or you have kids playing outside because they're unengaged with the remote learning. And I think teachers are doing the very best they can with what they know. But it doesn't take away from the reality that there are kids that are lacking the support at home, parents who are limited because of their education, their language barrier, or the time that they can dedicate to help with the remote learning. I know we've done a great job to give laptops and access, but when it comes to connecting the kid, you have parents who, you know, that's not their priority because someone at home is sick and they don't know how they're gonna, you know, pay rent. And there's definitely trying to just survive, and it's really hard to tell them, yeah, but they need to get on the Chromebook and learn. So it was very it was really sad to hear that, because of and I'm probably shooting myself in the foot by saying this, because I'm sure someone's out there quoting, but it's fine. That some teachers are not willing to accept some sort of training because of money issues, and that's very sad to hear. It's sad to hear that, you know, we should put kids first, and we're not. So I just want to tell people, please, teachers, please don't forget about the kids. I believe this is the main reason why, you know, great people like you chose to be teachers. I know as a parent, and having a child, I always tried my best to support the teacher as much as I could, coming in, doing everything I could on my days off, when, you know, a lot of the times there were other things that I needed to do, but I didn't, because I wanted to support the teachers. I know that you deserve raises. I know that the work that you do is hard, but those of you who want to do the right thing, and I implore you to go out and teach, and please teach and teach, and realize that some of these kids, you will be making an extraordinary impact in their lives. I know that. There were teachers that, if it weren't for them, Mr. Nazar was one of them, that I wouldn't amount to much, which is what other teachers believed in as well. And thank you to those teachers. And you don't believe it, but you make great impact in these kids' lives. And I know teaching can seem like a thankless and unappreciative job, but it's really, you know, it's why you, as amazing people as you are, you know, chose this career. And I don't think our children should suffer to the inability to come, you know, together in a financial agreement. So all I ask is, let's strive to do better daily, and to continue to progress, and during these unsettling and trying times, and do it for our kids, for my kid, for your kid, for all of our kids, because we harp on this is the coast side, but you know, it's not very coast side like to just want and think of yourselves. I mean, it's important to think of the kids. That's, at the end of the day, that's the bottom line. It's these kids who really need amazing teachers and adults and professionals like you, because if it's not, you are the only people that they will come across, believe it or not, and you make a big impact in their lives. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Lizette. Wow, hard to follow these 4 great sets of comments. And I want the public to know how proud I am to serve with this board. Constraints. Our teachers were working this year, come mid-March, to figure out how to do online learning and send home packets. And there was so much uncertainty when all of this started, and there still is so much uncertainty. We work with so many constraints right now. Thank you to the teachers who figured out how to wrap up this year. And while graduation happens and I could see kids out at El Granada School parking lot, a dozen kids on bikes, jumping off their bikes, jumping onto other bikes. They didn't have masks on. They didn't have, gloves and hand sanitizer. They were swapping bikes and riding. And I'm like, oh my gosh, here comes summer. But there was just so much joy there. And while the kids are out there, and I hope they stay safe and well, our teachers aren't going to have quite such a unbridled summer experience. You can't help but be frustrated with the angst of what is the classroom going to look like when we come back in the fall. And I just want to acknowledge that is hard. That's uncertainty in my workplace. We had a couple of weeks extra, but it's not a matter of, I have a dozen or so regular contacts, and occasionally I'm on with 100+ contacts on a virtual meeting. But for the teachers and the planning they have to do, and having that uncertainty of when they can connect with the kids or when they can't, this is not an easy time. And I just wanted to acknowledge that is a severe constraint. And our budgets are constrained. Like it or not, when there were threats of being taken over by the county, and that constraint is not just how much money we have in reserve this year, but we are required by law, by the state, to balance the budget for a 3-year period of time. And when it gets cut, we don't have a choice. And so my heart hopes that through impasse that Sean Reardon mentioned earlier, that in fact finding in mediation that we can come together around the full set of facts, not just one number for 1 year, but what we're looking at over this 3-year period of time. Regarding the 16% reserve, let's face it, that's aspirational. That is aspirational. Yes, in the ideal world, we would have that. But the reality is, I'm sure any district that did approach a reserve like that with the budget cuts, that reserve is going to be used this year because of COVID-19, because of the governor's cuts to the budget. And while anything might get corrected in this 1 year, we have no guarantees of the budget for the next couple of years. So my heart really does desire that breathing space for each other, that sense of noble intent, that our ultimate goal is for our children in this community. So I hope we can make space for that. Talking about the race relations and the request for more information. First, our learning is never done. yes, there is always more to learn and acknowledge the diversity in our community from places of privilege, and understanding that there are haves and have-nots, and that it is about bringing up the base. If we can educate those kids with most severe constraints, we educate everyone. And the question came up about about what we pay in terms of police presence. I called Sean earlier this week. I know we have resource officers, but those are paid for by the sheriff's department. We don't pay for that. So that's one point that we can answer right now. Thank you for everyone that calls into these meetings. And as Mary Beth said, if you ever have a question about something specific, ask, send us an email. I'm always happy to call someone back. And if I don't have the answer, I'm going to pull in Sean and Jesus, and we're going to get you the answers. And so it is, when we go from month to month, one of the other constraints is our public time. Reminder that as a board, other than our closed session, get ready for the meeting, we don't have any exchanges with more than like one person at a time. And if I speak to Sophia on one topic, I don't turn around and talk to Mary Beth about the same topic. And so one of the constraints is we work these things out in public, and you get to see what's happening. So if you ever have a question about how or why we made a decision, please do ask. That's really important. With that, I'd like to go to our student board member report, because there's a lot of, I'm sure, year-end activity that's going to be much more interesting than what I'm saying. So Lauren, you're next.
All right. So starting off with El Granada. El Granada has seen success as remote learning continues. Students have embarked on virtual field trips to our pre-K teacher's garage to watch the life cycle of chickens from egg to chick to chicken. Recorded slide decks have been made for our primary students, featuring our teachers demonstrating science lessons, read-alouds, art lessons, and virtual tours of our community. Special guest authors in the upper grades answer any questions our students may have about their book. Our support services are provided daily by special education teachers. Students stay active with live and recorded PE lessons K through 5. We continue weekly read-alouds by our librarian. Special community visitors will often appear on Zoom meetings. Weekly video announcements by the principal are posted featuring our traditional joke of the week sent in by our students. Parents stay active by enjoying virtual tea and talks while at home. Weekly newsletters are released to all our families from their teachers. We hold Spirit Weeks featuring favorite characters, superheroes, crazy hair, dinosaurs, and more. Our school community enjoyed a wonderful virtual promotion for our 5th graders, featuring a slideshow of our 5th graders throughout the year. Our families were touched by an amazing parade for our students. We continue to offer counseling services to students. We've also found success during our Chromebook distribution and connectivity to families. There's a 95 to 100% weekly contact with all of our families. Even though we work hard to stay connected during this time, we absolutely miss our students and families and are looking forward to expanding and improving on our success as we prepare for the opening of schools in the fall. Kings Mountain ended the 2020 school year with a marvelous school-wide Zoom 5th grade promotion, virtual car parade, and announced the winner of the bike raffle. The bike will be delivered in the fall from Safe Routes. Kings Mountain is preparing for the next year with delivery of rolling smartboards, a new generator, and updated Rycar copier. We are preparing our classrooms for social distancing by using surf desks next year. Finally, we are excited to pilot an extended day TKK1 program at Kings Mountain Elementary School. But we are sad the art fair has been canceled this year, as well as our cookie sale fundraiser. We wrapped up this unusual school year at Fairlawn View with a modified promotion for our 5th grade students going on to Cunha next year, as well as virtual promotion ceremony for our kindergarten students going on to 1st grade. We also hosted a virtual reclassification ceremony for our English learners who were reclassified as fluent English proficient. Fairlawn View teachers and staff are so very proud of our students' achievements and hard work this year in spite of such unprecedented times. Thanks to generous donations, the PTO was able to purchase a yearbook for every student at Fairlawn View this year. In spite of school closures in March, we were still able to capture a lot of fun memories on campus this year. Unfortunately, our school was vandalized this past weekend. Our walls and even our beloved murals were tagged with graffiti. However, our amazing Cabrillo Unified Maintenance Department did an incredible job repainting much of the campus in one day. Parents and staff were quick to volunteer to remove the paint from our murals, and will repainting as needed for the next few weeks. We are so fortunate to have such caring people looking out for Fairlawn View. We look forward to tackling the next big challenge of reopening schools this fall together as one community in support of our students' education. The end of our school year at Cunha came with a lot of virtual fanfare. Our leadership team put together a great Year to Remember video, and we produced virtual video ceremonies for department awards, top 10 GPAs, and our 8th grade promotion. We had a fun time seeing students who came for the drive-by book and Chromebook drop-off, and on 8th grade day, our PTOs put up signs and banners with bubbles, and many teachers came to help out and say goodbye. Many huge thanks to all the parents who got their kids through this time of remote learning, and to our dedicated staff who worked so hard to develop a viable instructional program in what must be the strangest year of any of our careers. Here's to summer vacation. Half Moon Bay High School was able to honor and celebrate our strong class of 2020, even during a global pandemic. For our walk-through graduation, each graduating student and their immediate family walked through different stations around campus while maintaining social distancing rules. For one of the stations, the graduate got to even walk across a decorated stage and receive their diploma like they normally would. Footage of every student walking across the stage, speeches that were pre-recorded, the class video made by Nando Acosta and Lauren DeBose, and more will be compiled together into a video for the students to keep and remember this milestone. The class of 2020 would like to thank everyone that put in so much thought and effort into the respectful and personal graduation, so we were able to have true closure on our time at HMBHS. The administration, with the input of multiple focus groups and following state and county guidelines, is working on developing a learning plan for the fall semester. These plans will be vetted by various groups and ultimately our school board. Remote Learning High School Credit Recovery Summer School is underway, allowing those students who are currently credit deficient to retake the course over the summer to make up their courses. La Costa Adult School's spring semester has concluded, and we are in process of planning for fall. We currently are in need of a facility to operate our daytime classes next year, since the HMB Library, Senior Center, and OLP Church will most likely not be able to accommodate our classes due to COVID precautions. We are actively looking for space if anybody has room available. The majority of our staff are returning next year, except for a few who have taken other jobs or moving out of the area. And that wraps up my report. And I just wanted to thank all the school principals and leaders that would help make my job easier as acting as a liaison between the school board and the school sites by sending in the reports. So they're much appreciated, and thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Lauren. Next on our agenda is the superintendent report. Dr. McPetridge.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Lauren. You've done such a fabulous job. Radio ready. We know that you are going to do great things going forward. Clearly you have the broadcast chops. So thank you, Lauren.
Mr. Olson.
Yeah, there you go. So like our board members, I want to voice appreciation for our families, our students, our staff who have cooperated during this time of community challenge. We are currently working with different groups on our planning for reopening schools, and we appreciate all who have provided responses to surveys or who have participated in focus groups or in the steering committee itself. There will be ambiguity and adaptation ahead, but I'm confident we can make positive change and make ongoing process if we continue to work together as a community and balance the needs of students, families, and staff. It is a challenging thing. I'm on phone calls with superintendents across the county. This is a very difficult time for all our communities through the county, through the state. The PTO Alliance today, I really appreciated hearing from them. And I know that Leticia Bhatia, Dr. Bhatia, and Mr. Contreras are really appreciative of those who are joining in the steering committee. Meanwhile, as I said in my last letter, in the last week of the school year, and it has been referenced by others, we've seen some horrific events in recent weeks, violent events, loss of life, and we've witnessed and we've participated in protests of the racial injustice in the nation. And it is not news, it is ongoing. And although this is a time when we're mourning the loss of human lives, we must maintain some hope that we are in a time of great social change where we will continue to fight for equity and justice in the world. This is why as a board and as a district, we proclaimed our need to focus on equity, particularly because we know there is work we must do to make sure that all students in California are provided the access, inclusion, and resources they need to be prepared for college and career. And in particular, our Black students and our brown students are students who have been historically underrepresented and underserved in our education system. We need to call this out. We need to continue to look at our practices, and that's why we offered professional development to our employees this year on recognizing and countering our implicit bias as a school system. We will continue to plan and institute anti-racist education efforts in the year ahead to keep equity as a focus, and we will continue to work at improving our services and our programs for those who are historically underserved and those who are historically underrepresented in K-12 education and in college attainment. Coming myself from a background in teaching in high schools and teaching in prison, I know that we have disproportionate discipline and disproportionate special education assignment and disproportionate exclusion of students, particularly for Black and brown boys. We need to make that clear, and we need to make steps to deal with that. And I am very impressed by our teachers and our principals and everyone working on restorative practices so that we can heal this and we can stop this so that we can do the right thing. Meanwhile, we also want to keep encouraging people to participate in the census so we can be represented on these issues in our government and receive funding for programs that are required to help us ongoing in this work, particularly in our representation of the residents of the Coast Side, and I would say particularly of the majority of Latino families that we serve. This is a very important point. We need representation and we need everyone to participate in the census. And I know that that's often chilling too because of the current political climate where people may not feel safe participating in the census. I would encourage everyone to be counted and understand that you are safe in doing so, and we have to be counted. We have to represent. One ray of hope has been this week's Supreme Court decisions, as Ms. Layne mentioned, upholding the rights of all people, particularly the rights of LGBTQ Americans and our immigrant dreamers. Locally, we've seen some rays of hope also. We participated in a recognition of the kickoff of LGBTQ Pride Month a few weeks ago, and today we celebrated our work with Coast Pride and the formation of our LGBTQ Roundtable in partnership with them. I want to thank Jenny Walter, Jeannie Vargas, other leaders of Coast Pride. I so appreciate the work we are doing in partnership with them, with Coast Pride, to present new policies to the board that uphold the rights of all individuals, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identification, and/or gender expression. And that brings me to another moment of gratitude and appreciation tonight. I want to acknowledge and thank our colleague, Dr. Holly Wade, for the commendable and visionary work she has done in CUSD to ensure that we work to be more inclusive of all learners and all families. As Assistant Superintendent of Educational Support Services, Dr. Wade has worked to help us change our policies and adopt best practices to help safeguard the rights of all students, all staff, all families. That includes students with different abilities, as well as students and staff who identify as LGBTQ. This is bold equity warrior work, and I was happy to attend Coast Pride's event today where they provided her a well-deserved award for that work. I want to appreciate Dr. Wade for her ambitious efforts to remind us as a system of our need to be more inclusive of each and every person if we are to actually succeed in our stated educational mission of helping every child every day. Meanwhile, I'm delighted to announce that Martha Ladd will serve as our new Director of Educational Support Services. The restructure of an assistant superintendent role was approved by the board some weeks back, and Martha Ladd brings with her decades of experience on the coast side as a teacher leader, and as a principal of El Granada Elementary School. She will make a great director of educational support services because of that experience, because of her leadership of programs and services with students with different abilities at El Granada, because of her experience providing services to students with different needs, because of her work to help provide professional development to staff with regards to issues of literacy, special education, and English language learner services. And so we welcome Martha Ladd to this new role, and we look forward to next steps with the El Granada community to interview candidates for a new principal at El Granada. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the contributions, as we have done, of Ms. Lauren DeBose as a student board member for 2 years, and also of Officer Sheriff Sean Chase as a school resource officer in the district. I do want to point out that I have gotten some questions. We do not pay budget for this. The sheriffs provide this resource to us, and they are there on call for us. But Sean Chase, a few years ago, was described as role model of the year. He's built strong connections with and relationships with students and families on the coast side, and we know that we appreciate his work. Both Lauren and Sean are moving on to next chapters in their lives, but I want to take time tonight to say personally how I have appreciated their work to serve and lead as they have in CUSD during their time here. I also want to appreciate those employees who are now retiring from the district. Their service over years to students and families has made a great difference for many on the coast side, and it is very important for us to acknowledge and thank them all for their work to be of service to others and to help kids achieve their dreams. We've been talking a lot in remote learning about technology, and I want to voice again gratitude for our technology workers and give you an update on some technology issues. Wi-Fi on the buses. A grant was provided to us by Philanthropic Ventures Foundation, which has enabled us to equip 3 buses with Wi-Fi for students so they can have access to internet resources and their assigned classwork. These buses will have signs specifically stating they are providing Wi-Fi and are provided for students at CUSD. The plan is to park these buses at sites around the areas that serve our students who may not have internet access at home. And the proposed schedule looks like 2 days a week from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And that will begin in the summer. And we look forward to offering that and continuing to work at making sure everybody has internet access. With regard to Moonridge and internet access, I want to thank our partners at MidPen for their work to purchase and provide computers and internet access for residents at Moonridge, families of our students. When I reached out to them at the beginning of our transition to remote learning, they heard our need to partner together to provide for increased internet access for residents there. And we're so grateful that they worked with our staff and with their students and families there to make that happen. Thank you, MidPen. CUSD mobile app. We have a new mobile app. It's been produced for students, staff, and parents to have access to the latest information about activities and notices the district is going on. The app is available for iOS and Android, and we look forward to providing this too in the future. And with regard to what I heard about Farallon Views graffiti, and we've had some vandalism elsewhere too, an analysis is currently being performed by staff to install security cameras at district properties. Recent vandalism at several of our schools have prompted this action. A report to the board is scheduled for July. Schools will need to discuss needs and plans for cameras with their communities in the fall to proceed with any potential installation of security cameras. Now, to close, I just want to comment in response to Sean Reardon's comments. I'm sorry that we are at a point of impasse and that we don't feel like we have the ability to provide what the teachers are requesting. I'm sorry for it. This has been a very challenging year, as all our board members have said. This has been an emotional time, and this has been challenging, and it's taken a toll on us. It's taken a toll on me. It's taken a toll on teachers, on our CSEA staff, on our unrepresented staff, on our board members, on our families, on our students, on the community, on the state, on the nation. Psychically, I think this has been very challenging. I'm sorry for it. I didn't do it, but I'm sorry for it. I have empathy and I have compassion. I agree with Mr. Reardon on some points. I do think we are at odds and we don't have a good understanding. And I'm sorry for that. And I know that has come off, as he's described, as feeling personal, or feeling abrasive, or feeling confrontational, or feeling adversarial. And sometimes I feel that way too. And I want it to get better. And I want to commit to getting better. Negotiations is usually done in private. When we go back to negotiations in July to talk about numerous things that we're negotiating, including salary and benefits, including the impacts, the contractual impacts of our desire to have full day kindergarten, extended day kindergarten, the return to school. I do think we all have a commitment to collaborate for the sake of the coast side and for the sake of us as brothers and sisters, as kindred spirits. I believe that. I believe I have a responsibility to do that. And I have a responsibility to apologize that it is not that way now. I do feel sometimes like the bearer of bad news, like the messenger that doesn't want to give news that we have. With regard to the kindergarten item, we said some meetings ago that we would have to bring this back because it is actually required by Ed Code that we reaffirm that policy and that we make sure that that box is checked in case we proceed. Just for the public, currently that is under negotiations. We're negotiating the impacts. We've always said that it's a matter of public knowledge, and it's really a matter of negotiating it now. We hope that we can get to a place where the teachers will understand the value of the board and the district leadership and many families to provide the same number of instructional minutes for kindergarten students as first graders enjoy. I may have said that it will be harder work for teachers. It will be different. I acknowledge that. I know there are personal impacts on those teachers, and I have empathy. I understand that it is a change, and I understand that I'm the one upsetting the apple cart, really. So I understand that there could be some animus toward me in that regard. I've always said it is not personal. It is a professional policy decision that I think we need to take in order to provide for equity, to provide for instructional improvement, to change our outcomes. But I also understand it has personal impacts on the kindergarten teachers in particular. I do want to say that the negotiations, yes, we do have an attorney, but 30 hours wasn't spent on that topic. And I do wish that we could have a meeting in the minds, and perhaps if we go to impasse and mediation and fact-finding, perhaps an outside party can help us. And I would say to Sean Reardon, as he is now CUTA president, as I did to Ramon Macias and Heidi Mills, I'm happy to meet with you anytime to discuss this. I know in February we talked about resetting the relationship. I would like to do that again. I think that will involve us having a relationship. And I think that would be needed for us to have a private conversation and a public conversation to do so. And I'm committed to do so. That said, there are some inconvenient truths. It was mentioned about the certificated salary schedule. Again, board members actually voiced some interest in seeing that because of some social media that's been around talking about raises. And they wanted to show that indeed the salary schedule exists and what it is, and it does provide for increases in pay over time in most years. That said, it is not comparable to San Mateo Union High School District. I'm looking at my own chart now, and San Mateo Union High School District is the highest paid district in the county. We, according to the Sacramento Bee and a report from January of 2020, report that we are the 6th from the bottom, which is not anything we're proud about. I want to pay more, but the coast side is different. And in fact, our neighbors to the north in Pacifica pay less than we do. And our neighbors to the south in Estudero La Honda pay less than we do. So I think if we're going to make comparisons, I will make sure to bring those comparisons. It is not a proud moment. Later on tonight, you will see that we will have a presentation again on budget and on some things that we think are facts. The budget is in flux. The governor gave us a May revision. We have to base our assumptions on that. The legislature has come in with a better picture, but we don't know if that's going to be. So I would hope that in July, when we go back to negotiations, we can work and make a commitment to restart and to treat each other well and to understand that we have differences of opinion, but that we do need to treat each other well, all of us. And again, I apologize that things are the way they are. I know there is a lot of animus. People are frustrated. People are suffering. and it's hard to live in the Bay Area. I commit to sitting down in negotiations and trying to make this as professional and as neutral and objective, and to try to make sure that we all understand the facts that we're dealing with, even though we have different opinions about how we are going to take care of the needs of staff, students, and families. I feel a need to balance those. And I understand that CUTA representatives are doing their job and trying to represent for their members. And I thank them for doing it. I hope that we can move on from here. So I think that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up on our agenda are the informational reports. 10A, Enrollment Projection Forecast Report, the 2019 through 24 presentation.
Tom Williams will be joining us. He gave us a report on past data in the past, and tonight he comes with a projections, a forecast for enrollment, which looks to be declining in the future through 2024. And thank you, Tom, for joining us.
You're welcome. I believe Rosie is about to put my PowerPoint up. Is that correct, Rosie?
Yes, give me a second.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay. I'm going to start by saying, as the report says, that this is a unique time, as you all know, because of COVID-19. I've been doing this since 1985. I've done studies on more than 70 school districts. I've lost track of how many studies I've done, but it's upwards of 350, probably upwards of 400. And in that time, I have never had to say the projection numbers I'm giving you right off the bat, I think may be wrong. And the reason they may be wrong is because of COVID-19. The numbers I'm going to present tonight are what would be the rational numbers to expect if the COVID-19 impacts were not happening. The reality is that your enrollment probably would be lower than the numbers I'm about to present for the next 5 years, but there's no way at this time, because we have no previous history of this, to estimate the degree to that which that will be an impact. In some districts, I'm estimating relatively small amounts. In a presentation from Milpitas last week, I told them I was guesstimating is a better word, 40 to 100 students in a district of about 10,000. So it's not a big number in a lot of districts, but we just don't know. The bottom line is I suspect your enrollment in the next 5 years, and each of the next 5 years, will be lower than what I'm presenting to you tonight. And on that note, the next slide, please, Rosie. Rosie, thank you. I won't read all of this now because it's what I'm about to cover in the slides that are coming up. I just want to point out that the total enrollment is projected to go down by 394 students in the next 5 years. And under the second bullet, you'll see that the majority of that, or a significant chunk of that, is at the elementary level. In the near future, it'll be almost entirely at the elementary and middle school level. By the time we get 5 years out, it will be at all 3 levels. By attendance area, I'm not going to dwell on this. That's what item 3 is on this slide, and I'll discuss that in a minute. And then at the bottom, I'll read that full bullet, which is one of the key findings in this study, is that the total kindergarten enrollment could stay in the current vicinity in the future. But all of those totals are far below the kindergarten totals up until a few years ago. The result of these low projected ongoing kindergarten totals is a CUSD elementary total that could go below 1,200 in 2 years and be around 1,100 in 5. Now with COVID-19, it probably will be under 1,100 in 5. Majority of the districts I work with, I can safely say, find their optimal elementary enrollment numbers per school for a regular sized school, not a smaller school like Kings Mountain, but for a regular sized school to be between 500 and 600 students for optimal operation of the cost versus the enrollment program. Obviously with 1,100, you're dealing with a much smaller number than that for 4 schools, and I'll leave it at that. Next slide, please, Rosie. Thank you. This is different from the table 1 that's in the report because this is an expanded version of table 1. I decided to include this rather than table 1 because it shows the differences by grade. Just 3 years ago in the fall of 2019, I'm looking at the top row now, you had a bubble of classes in the 3rd grade and the 5th through 7th grade that were all destined to be more than 270 kids by the time they got to 9th. You also had a slightly smaller numbers in 8th through 12th grade that were destined, already were, or were destined to be classes between 250 and 270. The classes that were destined to be less than 250 by the time they reached 9th grade were in kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 10th. So in other words, you only had one of those classes in the upper grades, and you had still 2 of the bubble classes in the elementary grades, the 2 green classes in 3rd and 5th. Now, 3 years later, you have no green colored classes left. You have all smaller classes in K through 5th. And you have, with only one exception, all green and brown colored classes in the secondary grades. That's why in the last 3 years, really in the last 5 years, your secondary enrollment numbers have not gone down while your elementary enrollment numbers have. In the next 5 years, we're going to continue to have those pink colored smaller classes at the elementary level. They could be going down, but not going down like they did in the last 5 years. But at the middle school level, in the immediate future, you're going to go from 2 green colored classes to 1 green colored class. By the time we get 3 years out, no green colored classes. That's why the middle school numbers go down so much in the next 3 years. Then in 4 years, in 2023, for the first time, we have 2 pink colored classes reaching the high school grades. By the time we get to 2024, there's 3 of those classes in the high school grades. So when I get down to the yellow highlighted numbers below, where I talk about the projected change in 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years, you'll see that for the first year, it's all in the elementary and middle school levels. By the 3rd year, it's still essentially all in the elementary and middle school levels, and we're down 216. By the time we get out 5 years, I'm down 154 at the elementary level. That compares by being down by more than that in just last 3 years at the elementary level. So it's actually a slowing of the elementary decline compared to what has happened in recent years. Nonetheless, the bottom number is down to 1,100 in 5 years, and with COVID-19, it's probably gonna be even lower than that. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, moving on to the next slide, Rosie. I do all my analyses based on where your students live. And in a first study for a district, such as this study for your district last fall, I will drive essentially every block of every street to divide the planning area, the district up into planning areas that let me analyze what's going on. This just summarizes it by the attendance area pieces, but I want you to be aware that I'm looking at much greater detail than this, which was shown in the appendices. When I talk about resident kids, I'm talking about your district enrolled kids. I'm not talking about private school kids or homeschooled kids. I'm just talking about your kids other than NPS, based on where they live versus the schools they attend. So for Fairlawn View, for example, in the last fall's enrollment, you had a total of 319 district enrolled TK5 students living in that attendance area, and only 289 enrolled at Fairlawn View. That was a net outflow of 30 kids to other schools. As you know, we are now going to let Moonridge kids, starting with the pending school year, choose to go to Hatch more easily. And if you're phasing out busing, which I understand is the case, a lot of those Moonridge kids are going to choose to go to Hatch instead. That's going to convert that attending adjusted number to much larger than minus 30. It's probably going to become at least minus 60 and maybe more significant than that. So off to the right, when I talk about the resident change in 1 year to 2020 and 3 years to 2022, I'm only showing a difference of a loss of 3 and 12 for Fairlawn View. But with the attending adjustment doubling or more, Fairlawn View's enrollment will clearly go below 250 unless some other kids come in from the other attendance areas. El Granada's core area has 377 resident students. That alone is less than the attending enrollment as of last fall. You already had a net outflow from El Granada to the other 3 attendance areas, that was larger than the number of kids coming from the Highway 92 area and the South Main Street area combined. Obviously, how that number changes is going to be a major factor in El Granada's enrollment, just like Fairlawn View. But as we go off to the right, you'll see that in the columns to the right, I'm projecting to drop by 25 just for this coming fall for El Granada and 39 in 3 years. The main reason for those significant drops, including the drop that happened in the last year, the 18 over in the first column, is because you had some really large classes graduating from 5th grade of students residing in the El Granada attendance area. Hatch currently gains 150 in its net attending adjustment. If it wasn't for that, it would not be the biggest school El Granada would be, but because of gaining 149 students last fall, its attending enrollment was much larger than the other schools. With your new policy for Moonridge, that difference has become greater. It clearly is going to be more than twice the enrollment of Fairlawn View and at least 50% larger than the enrollment for El Granada, and probably more significant than that. Lastly, I'll point out Kings Mountain only had 16 resident students, that's district enrolled students living in the Kings Mountain attendance area. Literally 2/3 of that school's enrollment, as I'm sure you probably knew, are coming from outside its attendance area. So even though I'm projecting very little change for the resident total there, how you alter that attendance pattern will be a bigger factor on the Kings Mountain enrollment. I hope that long discussion makes sense to everybody, because with your changes in your attendance policies, I really see the Fairlawn View numbers going down much more significantly in the columns to the right show, and Hatch's numbers actually coming up rather than going down for the enrollment. Next slide, please, Rosie. Thank you. Okay, again, I look at where I deal with planning areas that I created in your district, which wherever possible, isolate by certain housing types, certain smaller homes, more affordable homes, more expensive homes. Not because I care if a kid is rich or poor, but because I want to understand where the enrollment is changing, and from that evaluate its likelihood to go forward. I'm not going to dwell on this part of this table. I'll go to the next slide in just a minute, but I want to point out in the right column, all three of these relative value categories I'm talking about, from the most expensive homes to the most affordable homes, had losses in the last 3 years, and those losses were concentrated in K2. For example, in what I call the relatively moderate value group, which has the most students in the district this year, that actually lost 47 students in K2 and only 20 overall. So more than 100% of the decline happened in just K2. 3 years ago, in 2016, I'm looking at the middle section of the table, we had more kids in K2 than in 3, 5, 6, 8, or 9, 11 in those homes. And now we have the exact opposite. We have fewer kids in K2 than 3, 5, 6, 8, or 9, 11. That tells me the families in all these housing types, but especially the relatively moderate value, are aging. And some of them are aging past childbearing age. That has a scary implication for the pending kindergarten enrollments. Next slide, please, Rosie. So in aggregate for the district region, we lost 91 students in the last 3 years in TK12, but 79 of that happened in K2 alone. I'm also just going to briefly comment on interdistrict kids, plus those listed residentially unlocatable addresses such as PO boxes. That number plummeted in the last 3 years from a total of 77 to a total of 28. Obviously, it can't go down by another 49 students in the next 3 years because there's only 28 students left. So that contribution to your enrollment decline in the last 3 years is pretty much played out. It can't go down much lower, especially in K2, 3, 5, and 6, 8 than where it is today. So that aspect of your enrollment decline in the last 3 years should be played out. But nonetheless, the district region numbers, going back up above, you have 578 in K2 and 809 in 911. That's a huge difference for 3 grade groups. Next slide, please, Rosie. I'm only going to go to the bottom row here. If you want me to come back to this in the question and answer, I can. But when I look at all existing SFD, that stands for single family detached homes, there were 1,453 resales of those homes during the period that I'm discussing, which is essentially 2.5 years between October 2016 and September 2019 students. And if you see in the brown at the bottom, out of the over 1,400 resales, we actually lost 11 kids in K2. That's important because ignoring renters for the moment and ignoring apartments for the moment, just dealing with single family detached, generally owner occupied homes, resales have to be generating more students in K2 for you not to be looking at a significant decline in the pending K2 numbers, for the simple reason that the families that are still there and the homes that did not sell and did not turn over because of renters are getting older, and some of them are maturing past childbearing age. I expect to see a significant net gain in K2 from resales just to maintain the K2 numbers in those homes in the future. You did not get it. That's a scary finding. Next slide, please, Rosie. Thank you. This is a fairly complex table. I'm going to try and explain it. The column that's mainly in orange deals with bursts by year. These years are prorated from calendar year data to correspond to kindergarten enrollments 5 years later. So don't worry about the numbers in quotes. That just means they're prorated with the previous year a little bit. The important thing to notice is that in every year from 2003 to 2009, that's the top half of that orange column, the births were over 300 in the 4 local zip codes, not counting the ones that are obscure in other districts as well. Every birth since 2010, not counting 2010, has been at 264 or lower. So you've been gone from always being over 300 to always being below 270. And as you see in that pink box, the births from 2003 to 2009 averaged 320. And the births from 2011 to 2018 averaged only 245. That's almost a 25% reduction in births in the 4 main local zip codes. That's a huge statistical change. Usually I get worried in a district when there's a 10% drop. We have a 23+% drop here. So even though the correlative numbers off the right bounce around quite a bit, the bottom line is you had in that blue row with the red colored cell or rust colored cell in the middle of the table, you had the smallest birth numbers, resulting in the smallest kindergarten numbers and the smallest correlative ratio. You have declining births, declining kindergartners, and a declining correlative ratio. That is a scary combination. Next slide, please. Questions? You escape this, Rosie, please. Thank you.
Hi there, I can start. Oh, unless Mary Beth, I just saw open your mouth. First of all, thank you. I appreciate this level of data and depth, and that you drove around so much in our area to see the actual what's happening on the ground. I think it's really crucial once we face so many decisions to be made that we have robust data that we're making from, with the big caveat that, as you said, COVID-19 will likely change this in a downward direction as well. So we should probably think ahead of some mechanism by which to check in on that at the appropriate time, but who knows when that'll be. So aside from having that in the back burner, I do, it was interesting some of the things I kind of was thinking about as you were describing the data in terms of, it kind of almost like we hit a floor in terms of our kind of the sales, the home sales and the births, maybe, I don't know if there's some factor of the differential cost of living here versus over the hill. Like, as bad as it's been here, it's been worse over the hill. And I know, lots of families have moved here from other communities, even the younger ones that we've seen. My other question is, like, how do these trends compare to other districts you're seeing in the county or in the Bay Area, from your experience, qualitatively speaking?
I work with data for over 20 school districts in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties, which I consider sort of the core of Silicon Valley. And among those, Milpitas has literally thousands of housing units going in, so they are not projected for an enrollment decline. Santa Clara Unified has literally thousands of housing units going in. They are projected to have only a modest, very modest enrollment increase despite that. In other words, they're losing kids rapidly out of existing housing, and new housing is only barely making up for that. I have other districts like Sunnyvale, where I'm projecting thousands of housing units going in, and I'm still projecting a decline. In all other cases, in districts that don't have huge new housing numbers going in, I'm projecting a decline across the board. Some of those are relatively small. San Mateo Foster City is relatively small. Menlo Park is relatively small, but I have several that are losing thousands of students. Cupertino School District, admittedly one of the biggest elementary districts I know of with about 16,000 kids. Nonetheless, it lost 2,000 students in the last 3 years alone.
Wow.
Evergreen in Southeast San Jose has lost 4,000 students in the last 5 years.
Wow.
I mean, it's Armageddon. It's just catastrophic. And I'm not seeing bright spots anywhere. I'm just seeing less bleak spots.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you for that. And I've heard that's the trend across California, but just ballparking some of those percentages that you just threw out there in terms of the numbers, like those are solid double digits, like probably 20s and more percentages.
I believe you were given the PPIC report from February as part of your current talk.
Yes.
And if you go to page 4 of that, and you click on the click here, it actually shows you by county data, a map you can click on.
Okay.
They're projecting San Mateo County to lose 12% between 2000 18, and 2028. That's essentially 1 in every 8 students gone by
Wow.
2028.
We're going to be old here. Not a lot of young families. It makes sense that it's, heartbreaking, especially since some of those, young families do tend to bring us a diversity that we appreciate about the Bay Area. So thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it for me.
I just Sophia, you said something about, having to come back after COVID. Isn't there a plan in place already? Weren't you coming back in December or something?
Correct. Jesus has had me contract for a second phase in the fall. And at that point, we will know the short-term COVID-19 impacts, how that changed the numbers, and not only here, but in a lot of other districts, and at least give me some sense of how to evaluate that going forward. My current thinking is that whatever this hit is, let's say in your district is next to 40 kids gone, that's just going to be a number that stays with us. It's going to stay approximately 40 or 50 off of the projections for each subsequent year. It's not going to be an increasing number. It's going to be a flat amount basically coming off the forecast, but it will be something. And I don't know what it's going to be now. It might be 20, it might be 80. So it's going to make these numbers even worse than you're seeing in this report. We will look at that in the fall.
Okay. Well, and even what you're talking about, losing 400, I mean, if we're, our 11 or 12,000, 10 or 11,000 we're getting per kid, I mean, that's a $4.5 million hit we're going to take if we're still under LCS funding. So it's a big deal. Do you have any information? Maybe this isn't, I don't think it's something you look at, but I'm curious, do you have any information about the number of private school kids in our district and how many don't go to our public schools? Is there any information around that?
Well, the two majors that I'm aware of, courtesy of Sean, are what's the W name school out by El Granada?
Wilkinson.
Oh, Wilkinson.
Wilkinson has a, depending on the source you look at, has somewhere around 85 or 90 kids this year, and that's K-8. And then Seacrest has, I think it was 265 is my recollection this year. And those are your two biggest players. As far as I can tell, in some other communities, the privates are going under because of COVID-19. As far as I can tell, both of those schools are totally stable. They're both enrolling for the next school year as if their program is continuing. I'm not seeing any indication in looking at any of their web-based materials that they're in trouble at all. So it looks like private schools matter to me if they might change. And in this COVID-19 situation, even the cost of living situation the last 5 years, I've had cases, particularly in Santa Clara Valley, where private Catholic schools have suddenly gone under. They had one high school fold in Santa Clara. And so that's a big deal. But as long as I expect the private schools to stay essentially constant, then that impact in your district should stay constant. And I think that's the case with these two.
Okay. And I'm just more curious, not worried about them going under. I don't want them to go under. They're great schools too. But I know a lot of our kids go over the hill to San Mateo, Menlo Park, San Francisco, all over. Many kids from the coast travel to go to school. And I just wondered if you had any sense from looking at births to how many kids end up at the school about that, but it sounds like maybe not. Just out of curiosity.
I will say this, the birth data table I showed you for the only 4 years they have data for, 2016 to 2019. In 1 year you had 87%. That's incredibly high ratio of births showing up as kindergartners 5 years later. That says there aren't a lot of losses. And since you also pick up kids from 5th to 6th and especially 8th to 9th, you may be the kids from Wilkinson and Seacrest, at least some of them are showing up at your high school clearly. So your losses aren't as bad as you may think. I did a study way back in the late 80s for Hillsborough City Schools. And I'm sure you know Hillsborough City Schools spends something like $20,000 per student, and 20% of their operating budget comes from donations every year. And we did a study of privates there. They spent a bunch of money on me to do a bunch of surveys. And I don't really know why they did that because it didn't mean much. But in the end, we found that about 15% still went off to privates for religious or whatever other reason. So it isn't necessarily a low income thing or a high income thing. It's just inevitably all districts lose some to privates. And based on your correlative data between births and kindergartners, it doesn't look like you're losing a disproportionate share compared to the norm in most districts.
Oh, great. That's good to hear. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks for that.
I think that's a really good question, and I missed in the presentation. Is it in the full report? Can you just point us to where that is, like that 87%?
The slide, table 5 slide, I won't bring it up right now because it blocked the screen, but you'll see that the 2011 in quotes, which is prorated from 2010 and 2011,
Okay.
you'll see a birth total in 2011, and you'll see your kindergarten number 5 years later, and that correlative ratio is 87%. That's an extremely high correlative ratio for a public school district.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see that in very many districts, including some really acclaimed districts like Cupertino. So you're doing good there. Now, the problem is that fell all the way to 72% this year. I don't know if that's move outs because of cost of living increasing so much, or if this year is just an anomaly. I think it's partly this year being an anomaly, but COVID-19 may tell me otherwise next fall. But you're still averaging over those 4 years 80%. 80% ratio is not that bad a ratio. Again, you're going to lose some to privates just for religious reasons alone.
So,
Okay. So those. Oh, go ahead.
Sure. So we're talking about, losing to private schools. In your analysis of other districts, it doesn't apply to us, but I'm just wondering about what might be analogous if it ever happened. What happens with charter schools in terms of percentages that peel off from the public school?
Clearly those come off, and we're still in a new world with charters. They're coming and going all the time. In Sunnyvale's case, they suddenly had a charter that lost its accreditation, and overnight, all of a sudden, Sunnyvale School District had an extra 200 kids they had to deal with,
Okay.
which was a mess for them. But bottom line is, the more charters you got, the more privates you got, the more that correlative ratio number to kindergarten tends to go down. And I have some districts that ratio is down around 60%. So,
Okay.
being averaging 80% is doing better than many.
Tom, I had just wanted to say thank you for the thoroughness of the report and all the data and the supplementary materials. Really appreciate it. I have 2 questions. The first is on the COVID-19 impacts. I understand we'll get more information in December. Are you right now thinking that they're because people are going to abstain from having children, or because people are going to be moving out of the area or losing homes? I'm just kind of trying to figure out where you think that impact on our enrollment would be.
People moving out of the area because the cost of living or those factors are just built into the trends. What's not built in the trends is people that just lost their job, have no hope of getting another job, and just had to leave suddenly.
And so you're more thinking people leaving than people not having children. I was just trying to figure out what statistic. Okay.
Now, I don't know if you saw today's San Francisco Chronicle, but they said that the apartments there lost 1 out of every 13 tenants in the last 3 months.
Wow.
That's a huge statistical change in 3 months. They got, vacancies went from next to nil to like 8% in 3 months.
Yeah.
So you don't have the abundance of apartments that a San Francisco does, or even Redwood City does. But nonetheless, there are some renters that got squeezed and had to leave.
Right.
And I'm guessing in your district that'll amount to less than 50 students, but that's just a guess.
Okay. And then the second question was on the 395 number that is coming about in, I think it was 2023, 2024.
What 395 number?
The loss of 395 students by
Yeah.
2023 or 2024. And then I was just looking at that graph that you had of kind of the numbers, and as they move through the grade levels, trying to get a sense of, it seems to me that it stabilizes a little bit after that. So I guess I just was wondering, beyond that, where you have that kind of final number 394, it seems to me that we maybe lose another 40 or 50 each year, and then maybe it kind of stabilizes because those kindergarten levels are stable at that point. Am I reading that right?
You are reading that right, but when we get that far out for especially kindergarten, we're really guessing at what the birth data would be. And so when you go beyond that, is it possible it could stay flat? Yes, but is it possible it could go down further? That's true too. Really, when you talk about kindergarten, more than 3 years out, you're going beyond the birth data I have. Your birth data is down significantly, as I said, from the trend in the past. I will say that in some of my zip codes, the births are off more than 30%. So
Right.
I have some districts like Evergreen in Southeast San Jose that are literally gonna lose a third of their kindergartners in the next 5 years. So it's, your numbers again aren't that bad, but they're still bad.
And
And
it could potentially stabilize at that point. We just don't know. And it would depend to some degree, it sounds like, on our mix of housing at that time as well as the general economy.
correct.
Okay.
Obviously, the price of housing, the rent of housing is going to be a big factor 5 years out, and that's a crapshoot by all of us. But all your trend data tells me that your decline in the next 5 years at the elementary level will not be as bad as your decline in the last 5 years, but nonetheless, you're looking at numbers almost certainly going below 1,100 at some point, TK5. And whether or not that justifies operating 4 schools is up to you folks.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Quick, just a quick follow-up. I mean, basically sounds like we're heading towards a situation in San Francisco, which for years and years we've known has been, a very low ratio of kids to population. So it's kind of, follows the trend with cost of living, I guess. Quick question, just to clarify, then on slide 5, on table 5, then thank you for explaining that, because I didn't see that in there. So this really helped. I mean, it's clearly there, but I didn't interpret what it was. So to understand then the ratio of kindergarten students to births, whatever is not in that number. So of that 2011 number, the 87%, that's would include kids going to private school, kids moving out of the area, and also I guess kids homeschooling potentially.
Yes.
Those would be the 3. You stay here, you don't go to school, you go to another school, or you go somewhere else.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
And again, that ratio, particularly the ratio before this year, which fell to 72%, which is a scary statistical outlier. But the ratio in the 3 previous years is actually a better than norm ratio.
Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
have a
Tom. We're looking
question,
forward to the next iteration of data.
Yes.
And I think Lizette had a question as well.
I did. I have a question. If you can explain better to me, because when you think about numbers dropping, you think about maybe possibly saving money, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. It actually seems like the opposite.
Jesus, you're probably better to answer that than me.
Yes, Lisette, as we lose children, we lose the revenue that would come for serving children.
Okay. And then the other question is, I guess for the, in regards to downsizing. So I guess compared to other districts, instead of closing, it's schools are downsizing. Is that something, looking at our numbers, is that something that you would recommend? I mean, what's your professional opinion on that?
It depends on what you can afford. Again, in Hillsborough, they're spending $20,000 per student per year, so they can afford to operate elementaries of just 300 kids, and their budget is still fine. I mean, in Portola Valley, they're over $20,000 per student. In Woodside, they're over $20,000 per student. So they can afford to operate very small schools and pay their teachers lots of money. It just depends what your budget can afford. I have heard, and I don't know the correct number because it varies a lot, and this wouldn't apply to the Kings Mountain type situation, but for a standard elementary school, I've heard the numbers somewhere between 200,000 and 400,000 being saved per year by the closure of an elementary school.
Okay, thank you.
Jesus, do you have any numbers to add to that? Jesus, do you have any numbers to add to that?
That's around 300 plus, depending on the location, depending on where it is that it's saved by closing a school. You're right, 300 to 400,000.
Jesus, have a quick question. Oh, sorry. I was going to say a quick question, Jesus, clarifying from Lizette's question. What you described is the case when we're state funded, correct? But like when a district is community funded, I guess it is favorable to have a financially favorable, though I would never wish this upon our community, that if you have lower student number enrollment, then, relative to your revenues, if you're in a community funded situation, you do still get to keep the majority of those revenues. So I guess in that scenario, it would be favorable. Although in our case, since we're potentially, very likely, I would say, flipping back and forth, it just makes it kind of like probably adds more uncertainty and more vacillation to the picture, I would guess. And Sean, maybe that's what you're going to jump in on as well.
Yes.
But
It would be very favorable if we got real deep into basic aid. But on the roller coaster is not at all. Only we went very deep into basic aid.
Thanks. Sorry, Sean, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I think the argument that was posed in the fall about consolidation or closure of schools, we talked about what real costs were. If you have students who leave the district, then you lose revenue. So that is the double bind. But as Mr. Contreras has said, and I think as Mr. Williams would agree, I think, the smaller you get and the more firmly in basic aid status you are, then the fewer students you have, the less overhead you have. And that's just the difference between Hillsborough or Woodside than us. They have small numbers of students, they have less staffing, less overhead, and they can afford different conditions. I think the big takeaway from this, now that Tom's able to come back and look in the future and projections, is that you are at a turning point in the district where we have to be able to talk about these things, particularly when we're talking about right-sizing our schools and plans for what the future will hold. If you were to look at 2024 and look at fewer than 1,100 students in the elementary levels, that could be 2 large schools. It's an inconvenient truth. People don't want to hear it. People are attached to their schools, but it's what people are wrestling with. And Tom, you could probably talk about other districts that have had this, this struggle and what they've done about it.
Well, in 2 districts I work for in San Jose, Evergreen, which I already mentioned, and Oak Grove being the other one, those 2 districts both went through an extensive closure process, and both of them came to the conclusion that from an economic standpoint, vis-a-vis their budget, the optimal size for an elementary was between 500 and 600. Now, I can't say that's true for everybody else. There's different things for different districts for a variety of reasons. When they looked at the cost of operating a school versus their budget, they felt the best savings they could make as a revenue limit districts was to target getting their elementaries being between 500 and 600. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I just had one more comment about how funding works. It's going to hurt us in the short term as we start losing students, but as we become community funded, entrenched in that model, as we lose students, then it helps us with our funding. And the same goes at the state level as well. I mean, think about our state funding that will change in the future with so many kids leaving California. At some point, you think about how unfair it is between the states as well. I mean, a big burden really falls on the states that have a lot of children, to educate, because they're using so much of their tax money to do this. And as we send those kids off to some other state, our state is going to be able to give us more as well. So, I mean, eventually it has big implications for our funding coming into all our schools at the state level as well. But it really makes you think about how all these things work and, how it works even at a national level and how it's impacted. So it's hard on states, I think, that have a lot of kids to educate.
It is, and I would say it'll be interesting because the flip side of the dynamic will be as the population gets older, there may be a shift in funding needed if the revenues stay the same as the workforce ages out. As we have an older population, we might see healthcare costs rise as well, which might take care of that unfortunate, be more of a shift in funding. So who knows, right? It's going to be interesting to see.
Thank you so much for your presentation on our population and forecast for demographics. And we look forward to having you back in December.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Tom.
You're welcome, Sean. Bye all.
Bye-bye. Next up on the agenda is the Cabrillo Education Foundation's partnership with Cabrillo Unified School District presentation. So for CEF.
So Rosie will pull up the presentation. There's just a few slides here, and I've asked Corinne Bucher and I think Stephanie Sorelli is maybe other board members from CEF, Executive Director Corinne Bucher. But I just wanted to give a brief presentation on this because it's an important partnership for us. When we were talking about budget cuts in the fall and in December, you saw that I put a lot of asterisks there to talk about hopefully we could find alternative funding sources. And there was a lot of work, as we've discussed, behind the scenes with the Boys and Girls Club and the Cunha staff, with the Boys and Girls Club board and me, and with Mr. Contreras, to take over the athletics program at the Boys and Girls Club, which saved us $100,000. Ostensibly meant a cut for us, but it means the service is still provided. God bless the Boys and Girls Club of the Coast Side. And in a similar vein, I wanted to make sure that we pointed out when we saw what the Cabrillo Education Foundation is doing for us in our partnership, what that contributes to us, and the savings later when we talk about budget cuts and a recap of that, I think will become clear. But if you look at the next slide, real quickly, Cabrillo Education Foundation is an endowment fund. It provides financial support to Cabrillo Unified School District, and they consistently fund different CUSD programs according to their mission in literacy, in science and technology, in social emotional learning, and in college and career readiness. And since 2012, CEF has allocated over $1 million for CUSD program funding. And we're very grateful to them for that. In the next slide shows you sort of like where that's coming now. This is $235,000 of program funding that we have in programs that we don't have to pay for, that CEF provides for us. The 5th grade science specialist, it was a cut that was proposed, and CEF has come through with that so that we continue to maintain that. The 5th to 12th grade science collaboration, the AP computer science class at Half Moon Bay High School, which is really seeding the future and really important for students entering a technology economy or a science-based economy that we live in here in the Bay Area, particularly in San Mateo County. The English language literacy dean period at Cunha, we heard people impassioned talk about how important that period was. CEF came to our rescue and they funded that for us. The 6th and 12th grade AVID support, achievement via individual determination for students who are identified who may have have some struggles or need some assistance to be able to make sure that they can reach their potential to go to college. The positive psychology class, which we presented, which Half Moon Bay High School presented to you, their staff presented to you. They're funding that, which golly gee willikers, when do we need positive psychology if not now? About the notion of wellness, about the notion of happiness, about the notion of flow. We need our students to do that for their social emotional learning, and also because it is cutting edge science. The Big Lift literacy programs, preschool and inspiring summers, they continue to help us fund in that, and the different ways we do that to help literacy for students, for make sure that students are on grade level at grade 3, and then 12 different $1,000 innovation grants, which I saw over the term of those being created. And I just think they are such an innovative organization, CEF, and that they're funding teachers and community members and students who are doing phenomenal things. Next slide. Their mantra is successful partnerships equals successful students. I couldn't agree more. We've been very fortunate with our partnership with CEF. They are proud to have aligned their efforts with CUSD for the past 8 years. And this year, we've seen them align their efforts more than ever. Hats off to Corinne and Stephanie for meeting with Dr. Patia, meeting with me, for coming to our need. They've collaborated with local organizations to fund scholarships and innovative programs for our students. And they are also an active member of the Cabrillo PTO Alliance. At today's meeting, Corinne was there again. And you'll see there their I think this is the cover of their strategic plan or their annual report, which is a picture, I believe, of Half Moon Bay High graduates and their child who also graduated, and then a younger child. And then the last slide, real quickly, I've said it and I'll say it again. We thank CEF for our partnership with them. They are instrumental to us, to their board, to their executive director, their staff, to all the people who contribute to them. We couldn't do what we do without their partnership. Over $200,000 this year, over $1 million to us since 2012. It's not just the money, it's the innovation, it's the thinking, it's the partnership. We thank CEF for our partnership with them. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Sean. And thank you, CEF. That's a huge chunk of our budget. And without that investment, our programs would not be so robust. So thank you. The next item on our agenda is the Cabrillo Unified.
I'm sorry, can I just make a quick comment or quick addition
Sure.
to that as well?
Yeah.
Sorry, Kim. I want to echo what Kim said just now, and just put such a huge thanks to Corinne and to the CF team for the amazing, tremendous partnership during the course of the past year, in particular, further to all the stuff that was there. And Sean kind of humbly referred to it. To see the partnership between the district and CEF, as well as similarly with the Boys and Girls Club, to just be walking lockstep along the way in that really difficult process of cuts that we had to make last year, and to be able to do so in a way where we felt pretty secure along the way. There was going to be some hope to not cut functions or cut programs, but to just transition those costs to organizations that were willing and able to be able to help us out on those programs that they also equally mutually felt were really critical towards their mission in supporting us, our students most specifically. So I just want to put a special shout out there to Corinne and Sean for their partnership, and say a huge thanks to the CF board as well for supporting that. So thank you.
I just know that we're going to be late tonight, so I didn't mean to cut anybody off. But if we go after midnight, I still work in the morning. So Cabrillo Unified School District Local Performance Indicators Report.
Dr. Patia will present on this, and staff will try to go quickly through these presentations tonight.
Thank you for that. You can tap me on chat if I talk too much. So good evening, President Hines, governing board, colleagues, and community. And let me see. I just wanted to let you know that today we will be presenting the LCAP local indicator presentation. Now, as you know, this is a very unusual year. And the LCAP originally is due at the June board meeting for approval, for public comment at one meeting in May and approval for a meeting in June. Now, the state has informed us that the LCAP, a modified LCAP one-year template, will be due December 15th. However, they have given no guidance in regards to the local indicator board presentation and approval. So through the recommendation of our San Mateo County Office of Education colleagues, they have suggested that we just approve our local board indicator presentation. And I did want to make a note that the local board indicator presentation is using the same data as we presented to the board last year in November, in the fall. The same thing you will see that when we come back to you for our board approval of the one-year LCAP template with our LCAP goals during this COVID-19 year, the data will be 2 years old. And so it is not deja vu, but you will be seeing similar data as was presented to you in the fall. And Rosie, do I have control of the, yes. Here we go. So to clarify, there are two different categories of indicators. You have the state performance indicators, and these are the rainbow colored indicators on the California dashboard, which measures student performance looking at various student subgroups. Then you have another category of indicators, which are the local performance indicators that are self-assessed through a local district using local data points. And here you will see again, two different categories. The 6 state indicators are on academics, graduation, suspension rate, English learner progress, chronic absenteeism, and career and college. For the 5 local indicators that we'll present tonight are on the right, which are the basic conditions, parent engagement, access to a broad course of study, implementation of academic standards, and school climate as well. You are not going to see the 6 state indicators because that is measured through the California school dashboard. And once that data comes, there will be a 2-year comparison. And we don't know at this point whether we may be able to compare. We may just have to start again back at using the data as just a starting point. We're not talking tonight about this left side, the 6 state indicators. We're talking about the 5 local indicators with local criteria of meeting or not meeting the indicators. The first one are basic conditions. And again, this is a self-assessment. We use EPIC, it's a database in pupil personnel. And we have analyzed our data in regards to sustaining less than a 5% of misalignment in teacher vacancies or misassignments. And we're at a 100% of our teachers with credentials, less than 1% of misalignment, and 100% of teachers that are considered highly qualified. And as long as we measure any of these local indicators, we meet the objective. And so we did meet this objective. The second priority is the implementation of priority standards, and we will continue to use the MTSS framework and remote learning alignment to Common Core state standards, as well as make sure that we continue to make decisions and taking a look at data to ensure that all students' needs are being met. In particular, our students, our at-promise students that are not meeting proficiency. We would be continue to do this with professional development, with response to intervention, in particular redesigning tier 1, tier 2. And last board meeting, we did approve the job description of an intervention teacher to help support with some of the work that we need to do. And now more than ever in our shift to a hybrid, potentially remote learning environment, we need to continue to make sure that we build additional safety nets for students to succeed. The next priority the next local indicator is parent engagement. And yes, we are using the same data as Panorama survey, keeping in mind that this was on the budget cut list and we are no longer contracting with Panorama. However, as you will see in July, we are using Google surveys, Google Forms as a method to collect data. And we will continue to collect that data through our own development of questions and metrics, as well as California Healthy Kids Survey. And as you can see here, the data that we receive from our parents has been very, we do get a lot of responses, more so than the typical response. We had 712 respondents when we did administer the Panorama survey. And most of this information was measured favorably. How often do you meet in person with our teachers? How involved have you been with parent groups? 22% responded favorably, but as you can see, there is room to continue to increase our parent engagement. In the past year, how often has a parent visited a child's school? 62% responded favorably. There were questions on the survey that revolved around parent engagement and social emotional learning. And as Trustee Layne mentioned earlier, our social emotional well-being will most likely continue to be a large need, and we'll continue to have to engage parents, give parents our tools to also support social emotional learning at home as well. We did meet this objective, again, simply just by making sure that we are engaging our parents and building actions. And if you can see here to the right, parent committees, parent events, surveys, analysis of survey data. And part of that data will begin with our focus group for our opening of schools that will begin tomorrow. The next indicator is school climate. We also met this objective, and similar to our goal on MTSS. And we also know that it's very important for us to also get the student voice. We had our opening of schools steering committee meeting yesterday, and many of our members mentioned the importance of surveying our students, and we will actually develop a survey next week to continue to meet the school climate questions and ask, in particularly during this COVID-19, how involved and engaged our students are in our school. Actions to ensure that we continue to engage our students, MTSS trainings, PBIS, and continued implementation of our LCAP Goal 1 is just to create a positive school climate so that our students feel safe and supported. And the last indicator, local indicators, access to broad course of study. And we measured this using registrar records. And as you can see, 52.5% of our students have completed A through G requirements. We do offer CTE pathways in agricultural pathway, building trades and construction. And we also offer courses that meet UC, CSU rate entrance requirements. We will continue to have this data as a base and grow from this data and bring this back to you next year. And we hope to see a growth in the numbers here. We did meet the local indicator of access to broad course of study because we are analyzing data and using that as a target for growth in the future. So the next step would be to, once the board our governing board approves this presentation and the data, we will publish the findings to the California School Dashboard by November. We will work with all of our stakeholder groups, our principals, our educators to prioritize gap areas and focus on growth in the subsequent years. And that is it for me. Do we have any questions?
Leticia, thank you so much. I know it's a lot of work to pull all of the data and track all the metrics, and even more challenging with COVID-19 and all of the other pieces of curriculum and planning going on behind the scenes. So thank you very much. Any questions, board members? I didn't mean to be short with anyone earlier, so.
I have a quick, I guess, question. I see the parent engagement, and so I guess this is something that was already presented to us, or I guess I didn't understand in the beginning. You said it was going to be, it's something. So is this something that was already presented? And
yes, so we presented it, but due to COVID-19 and the fact that everything shut down and we were not able to use the same metrics for growth, similar to the LCAP, there will be a 2-year gap in data. And the only reason is that that we're bringing it to board right now is that our county's recommending that we bring this to board approval so that it may not hinder the progress of our LCAP in the fall, because they have been published different due dates and they haven't really given us a firm date. It's a hearsay. Typically, both the LCAP and this presentation are presented at the same night in June. They postponed the LCAP, but they did not postpone the LCAP indicator presentation. So it's a formality to ensure that our funding is secured in case they, in the future, and there are just so many levels of complexity in the state, it's a formality to ensure that we have checked the box, because right now they only move the LCAP for a December due date and not the approval of the LCAP local indicator presentation.
Okay. And then one of the, I don't know if it's part of the, if it's under parent engagement, and I know that this is, for future funding, but is there something around like remote learning and I guess awareness or training for parents, especially if there's limitations in, as English language learners, or I guess more outreach, because I think that there is more than any time we need a lot of parent engagement, especially with the remote learning. And is there some sort of outreach or training or just, I don't know, tools that parents who really need it are going to be offered?
Yeah, so we have already begun some of this in our migrant education office through the lead of our Rosalba Segura and Mayra Rodriguez. That goal is embedded in our LCAP, and we will definitely include remote learning training for our parents as well as our teachers once the LCAP comes. Once we develop the LCAP, that needs to be approved in December. That doesn't mean we're going to wait until December to give these resources to our teachers and our parents. Just yesterday, the San Mateo County Office of Ed has allowed groups of 50 or more to congregate with social distancing. And just today I had the conversation with Rosalba and Mayra, who's our family engagement support for migrant families, to determine ways, because it's very hard for our parents to utilize Zoom. And we are looking at a plan for the fall to have small cohorts of parents to come in and teach them the tools that their students are accessing. Right now, it's very difficult in the summer to do this because we did collect all of the Chromebooks that the students typically would use. But yes, definitely, Trustee Cortez, we are definitely building plans and looking at family engagement and remote learning training for our families for the fall.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you so very much. Next on our agenda is 10D, our district budget presentation.
Good evening, President Hines and members of the board. Rosie is going to be putting up the presentation. A lot of I just want to start by reminding us all that a budget, when we budget, we forecast our finances based on what we know. And what we know is constantly changing. So that is important for us to remember. And when we remember that, we also remember that these are very, very different times. So as we look through those, through this budget and what is that I'm going to be presenting to you, I also want you to keep that in mind, that a budget is a dynamic something that continues to change as the assumptions do change. We know that we had to do this based on the May revised, on what we know about the revenue that we would be expecting based on the May revised, but that as of yesterday, on the 15th rather, there was another the budget that was passed by the legislators was different. Those assumptions are different than those that with which we built the May revised. Ultimately, until the budget is signed into law, then we will know more. And even at that time, it is not totally definite, but we will know. So, Rosie, can you please move us to the next slide? And in this slide, basically, we are reminding you that by law, we have to have by July 1st, a balanced budget approved by the board. And the next slide then will be then how did we arrive here and what is it that we have? We had a health crisis that affected our budget crisis and compounded the crisis that we were already working on. So the budget that May revised is proposing deep cuts and with the hope that we would get some federal relief. But as I said before, this budget is based on the May revised and with the June 15 is already different than what the May revised was. So as we face the uncertainties of a reopening of schools and which is what we need to abide by, we know that the California fund, the coffers are suffering, and that from there is where we get our Prop 98 guaranteed funding. Obviously, the loss of funding as it was but for the May revised was looking into deferrals. That would mean that the state would say, I owe you this, but we're not going to be giving you this, not right now. So the next budget, the next slide then, just it's a graphic that you have already seen because you saw, I took this from the Capital Advisors, which is basically saying where we were thinking that we were going to be, that in January, we were projecting that our budget was the California budget was going to look that way. But at the May revision, we were already saying, no, it's not that way. And then the big gap, the big 54.4 gap. You had seen this before. And so that's where we are. And because we have to build with that in mind, the next graph also, which is one that, so where is it that, what kind of a situation are we going to, are we having here? We know that we were expecting certain budget back, and it's all over the place from 18, 19 to where we currently are. So we know that those numbers are changing. So the only reason why we are putting it in here, and so are we going to recoup fast? Are we going to recoup slowly from this recession that came to us as a result of COVID-19? So on the next slide, which also has to a history of what those look like. So that's just the notion of numbers are all over the place. So this is my guess. This is the government's budget guess. This is the May revision guess, and this is the LAO, the analyst office, the legislative analyst office, and if it is a U type of a recession, if it is an L type of a recession. Again, we don't know is the name of the game at this moment. So on the next slide then is where we were when we were coming from the previous recession, 2013-14, and what happened to the funding that we were receiving. So finally, by 2000, we finally got the full funding. We were restored to the level of funding of 2007, 2008, only to be faced with this for the first time, going back at the COLA being negative and a reduction of that nature. So it's the graphs really do tell us where we are at this moment. Planning into next year, as promising as it looked in 1920, 2020-21 does not look so promising. So, but we still have to, the next slide then, but what happens? We're a basic aid district. We just became a basic aid district. What does that mean with the May revised? It means that also that little something that we would get, about $200 per kid under basic aid, we would be, depending now, we would be taking, being locally funded, community funded basic aid, we would be just, that means that our revenue from the taxes that we would collect, that we would be assigned locally, is higher than the LCFF. And with that, the state basically saying, you don't need anymore, you can keep your taxes, but that's you only get from the state a basic aid, about $200 per kid. That was also reduced with the May revised, but we are in a county that with a teeter plan. What that means is that the county would be providing us, being basic aid, with the taxes that were due to us. And they would provide them to us, and on the schedule that we would get, basically December and April. But one of the executive orders suspended the penalties and interests from March 4 through May 6. And now the counties are not going to be receiving the delinquent taxes that and the interest that they would be getting from our taxpayers. So they're rethinking that, okay, so maybe this teeter plan of giving you all of the taxes that are due to you might not be a good idea, because then they're going to be not receiving the delinquent taxes, the interest on the delinquent taxes. So that will affect then what our basic aid status might do, but we don't know. Is the name right now? We don't know. So the next slide is one that, as we build a budget, we look into what assumptions we're going to be looking at. And as you know, that this May revised is saying that for a couple of years, contributions we're going to be, the districts are going to be helped with the CalSTRS and the CalPERS. And the reason why this slide that I took from our friends from budget, from our capital advisors, is because it's very evident that, yes, we have 2 years in which we would be, our contributions for CalSTRS and CalPERS would be a little bit less than 2%, a little over 2% lower, only to kick back in 22-23 back to the levels in red. So a budget then is built with that we know, and this is something that we know, and it is in the budget that we are presenting to you. So on the next slide, then are some more of the assumptions. The assumptions are that our COLA is 0. We zero our COLA for 2021, and then we calculate the COLA as the Department of Finance is providing. But look at the negative, factor that it ends up to make for the 10% cut that it was called for in the May revised. So that has an impact on what our budget, the budget that we're bringing to you will have. So the next slide is the one that represents then what our challenges are. We know that our healthcare continues to go up. Only this week we learned that our Kaiser is going to go up about 4.5%. I just spoke about our pensions liability and our special education. Our special education has typically gone up at about, we allow for about 4% more of annually. And sometimes, and that it looks into the contributions that at the end of the year are coming as we close the books, and it continues to go up. Some of our number of students that we serve in special education sometimes go up, and then even though our enrollment might be declining. So in addition to with COVID-19, we are looking at what is it that remote learning had to look like. And thank God to Randy and everybody in his team that and all the principals that moved everything to make sure that we had devices and connectivity to our students out there. But that comes to at a cost. And as we look into the reopening of schools, we are also realizing that we are going to have to spend on the reopening in a safe manner, but so our expenses will increase. So those are financial pressures. Those are things that we are going to be facing. And what we bring to you with what we know, with what we knew at the May revise, the budget that we are looking at in here is, Rosie, can you give us the next slide? It is this. I would like to spend some time in here by looking at the 2019-2020. You will see that looks, we end up with an end balance of 6,343 million, of which 1.159 million is our statutorily required reserve. And we end up with what appears to be a very healthy reserve, unassigned reserve. But I want to bring to your attention the deficit that we have. At the end of the day, it's total revenues, total expenditures, and then any contributions that we would need to make to from the general fund, and that gets us that. In 2019-20, that looks pretty good, except for the red that we see there. And I would like to also your attention to the columns that looked at the combined, because that's the bottom line. And I did put in there those circles around what's the bottom line. So 2019-20 looks like we would be finishing with those levels of unassigned reserves. But something that we discussed when we brought to you the reserves policy for approval, it appears in here that we would be having a good solid 10-11% reserve. But if we look at the following year, we look into that deficit column, how rapidly we go from a positive 1.19 million to a negative 2.5 million. And I just would like to take you to the 2020-21. If you look at our revenue against our expenditures, that deficit spending is big, is big. So as a result of that, our reserve erodes very fast. So in 21, 22, that looked like $4 million, $4.49 million becomes negative $112,000. This is the very, very reason why a reserve works, because it allows the board to take time to do what the board needs to do or direct the staff to do, so that we don't immediately cut the education. So that's what I wanted to take the board through this 2 years, and see that a third year out we would be then on the red. So it would be going back, and so what do we need to do then so that this can get rectified? How do we get to slow our deficit spending, get rid of our deficit spending, and then continue to generate continuously our budgets being based on not deficit spending? That doesn't happen overnight, and that's why a healthy reserve always serves the purpose of when we don't know. It's even more a reason for healthy reserves. 10 years ago, when we were in the same situation with the big recession hit, that is also the moment where we were looking into the reserves that the districts needed to have, because we did not know from one moment to the next. So the practice that really has been good across the board for districts is to have healthy reserves that would provide districts and the board the gift of time to rectify any deficit spendings, or it provides that. So I just wanted to go over that. It has been said that we have to provide by law 3 years. So we have 19, 20, and 2 years out, and that's what we have with what we know based on May revised. Now, based on, and if the what was passed by our legislators is signed into law, then we will be bringing to you how that would look like. With this May revised, we would be going with these assumptions, we would stay basic aid. But the first projections, if what's currently approved by the legislators, that would get us back into the roller coaster of while it would be more favorable in many ways, it would bring us also into the basic aid, LCFF, basic aid, LCFF. But we don't know. We don't know. We're still, more will be coming once the budget is signed, whatever it ends up being. So what's next? Where are we now? We also have on the next slide something that it will come later on the agenda. One thing is what we have as a budget, and another thing is our cash flow. And we do have a cash flow crisis. Cash flow crisis that was generated in our county controller as they recalculated the ERAF for 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 20. There is a contention that and some part of a legislative piece of legislation that says that the ERAF needs to be taken from districts, LCFF districts, where we were an LCFF district, So 14 millions are held by the San Mateo controller. That generates the cash flow that would get us into not finishing the school year in the black. We would be in red. Fortunately, the San Mateo County Office of Education is willing to provide us with a short-term loan in the amount of that the county is not passing on to us at this moment. So that's a resolution that that was passed by the San Mateo County Office of Education yesterday, and that is a resolution that we bring to you to borrow so that we can end in the black. This is not part of the budget. This is just a cash flow crisis that was created by having the San Mateo County controller not providing us with a 14 million, with are in contingent right now. We don't know how this is going to be ending, but at this moment, this is a cash flow crisis. Another cash flow crisis continues as we get that because we are basic aid, then the state is not going to be providing us with those LCFF dollars that would be flowing to us in June and July. Well, those are the very ones that are going to be deferred. Okay, we already knew that we were going to be having that situation, and that's how we brought to you that that we needed to do to borrow against the taxes that we would be receiving in December and in April. So perfect storm. One of them, cash flow, because of the withheld property taxes by the County of San Mateo. And then the other second cash flow that we're looking at as we are borrowing so against the taxes that we would be receiving. Going back to this withheld taxes, it's $14 million that are withheld right now. Those will be backfilled by the state, because the state now thinks that we are basic aid. We might be getting 4 of those million in July, and another 10 million sometime in February or March. Because but we still need to make a payroll and continue to open our schools in August. This is another good example of how these crises are better when we have a healthy reserve that we can then apply to these situations. This is not normal. This is very abnormal, but this is where we are. And so this is what we are bringing to you as a financial information of where we are right now, and the budget that on the next slide, we're basically saying, so what do? We need to go with the cash flow constrictions that we have, and then being very aware of the deferrals. We already have asked for permission to do interfund borrowing, and then that I wrote in there as a potential dry period borrowing. It's a reality. If see that how fast all this changes, and then the tax, the revenue that we're going to be borrowing, that you approved for us to borrow against our taxes that we will be receiving. And then other things that we could do that I had already mentioned to you, like any contributions that we had to do if we can look at other ways in which we can help our crisis. These are examples of things that we can do. There are many other things that we need to look into, and making sure that we keep our budget in the black. So with this, we are asking the board then to the next slide, to approve a balanced budget, knowing that all the uncertainties that we faced, and that we're following the advice of FICMAT, the San Mateo County Office of Education, to keep ourselves solvent. And but we will continue to work collaboratively, internally and collaboratively with agencies outside of ourselves also, to ensure that we reopen our schools, and then we deliver the promise that we delivered the education to our children. So this is the end of my presentation, and if there are any questions.
Jesus, let me, point of order, ask someone to, I need a motion to go past 10 o'clock this evening.
Okay.
Motion to go past 10.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Aye, Mary Beth. Roll call
Aye.
vote.
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
and Lizette.
Aye.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Jesus. Now we open for questions.
I have lots of questions.
Me too. Go ahead, Mary Beth.
Oh, go ahead. Someone can go. I'll start with 2, and then I'll let someone else go because I have more. So Jesus, I understand we've got a $500,000 accrued vacation liability for our classified staff, I believe, that needs to be paid off at some point. I'm wondering 2 things. If this is included in any of those numbers, well, that's my first question.
That is not
included in those numbers.
Is not included in these numbers, and that liability about $360,000, and some of that would have to be negotiated as we need to get, and the plan would be that if we do it incrementally over time, over years, but it is not in these numbers yet.
Okay, and do we need to make a plan to do that? Is that something we need to do?
That's
I'm
my
just
goal.
worried about any more debt hanging over our heads, and I want to get it erased or taken care of.
That's my goal, to start the negotiating way in which we can get all of that paid off.
Okay, so that's going to start at some point, and then at some point that will be reflected in the budget. Okay.
In the budget, yes.
Okay, and then I'll ask one more question, then I'll let some other people go. I know that we've been updating some curriculum that was in very dire need of updating over the past few years. But I understand we still have quite a bit of curriculum that needs to be updated. Is any of that reflected in those numbers?
Yes, there is some of those reflected in here already. We are using some of the restricted dollars, the lottery dollars, to the extent that we can use those, and then but those are in the budget. Yeah.
And will that get our curriculum kind of back up to snuff, or will we still have much more work to do with that in the future? And maybe that's a question for Leticia. I don't know.
I think it's a question for Leticia, but
Yes,
I
can
believe
answer that. Yes, typically what I have seen in budgets, a district that's 2.5, the district I came from is 2.5, larger size than us, 8,200 students, and they would reserve about 1.5 million every year for textbook reorders and adoptions. And so we should, Jesus and I will be working together to make sure that we estimate the cost of an adoption, which a district our size, I would estimate possibly $750,000 possibly every year in a bucket to always establish every year in order for us to also drive at the same speed as the adoptions from the state. Because every year there's it's an 8-year cycle. And this year was science, next year is history, social science, and in 2 years we'll be back with ELA, ELD. And that's one of the, yes.
So back
So
in the day,
are we kind of caught up in that arena and now we're just ongoing, or are we still really behind?
No, we're behind. We'll catch up. So we started with science this year. Next year will be history, social science, and ELA, ELD will be adopting that in 2023. The only reason why we don't want to catch up right now is that, let's say this year we would have engaged in an ELA, ELD adoption, then in 2 years, we'll have to buy a new adoption and this is going to be null. And so that's the reason why we're behind, but as long as we start this year with going at the same speed as CDE, eventually in 8 years, we'll be caught up because it's an 8-year cycle.
having said that, having had Leticia said that, one of the notions is about let's not do that if we need the money for something else. Let's stop that. We can live with adoptions that are not up to speed right now if we need the money for some other things.
Okay.
I have a ton of questions. I could go. I could go next.
Go ahead.
Oh, unless Kim, did you have some? I didn't
No,
see it.
go ahead.
Okay. Question also about on the lines of what Mary Beth was asking. Does the budget currently include staffing changes for next year due to, like, we've had a number of retirements with COVID and other factors and resignations. We can assume backfills will most likely be at a potentially lower rate for various reasons. Is that adjustment reflected in here? Is it still kind of hot off the press?
It's what we knew from the March 15.
Okay. Okay. So looking back at that big chart with all the small numbers on it, I forget what slide it was on.
You print it out right there.
Yeah. So if we look at those numbers, Rose, if you can pull up this, I think it's slide. I'm looking back on my packet here. It's the MIP, like the big one with all the small numbers. Page 86 in the packet, I guess. So with the ending balance being 1.5 million, the unassigned deficit being 3.1 million, like, so clearly we have a budget gap. Like, what is, in 2021 is like pretty much upon us. It starts in 2 weeks. So I know technically it's like next year, but really it basically is for this year. And so we have this year we're, in the black. Next year we go in the red, 100,000, again, with the current assumptions, knowing that these numbers can change a lot.
Right.
And then we're like I just check. Should we consider that we're 1.5 million in the gap or 3.1 million? Which is the right number to look at? Potentially that we'd have to cut. I guess that's what I'm kind of trying to get my head around.
So if you the one to look at is the deficit. Look at the deficit.
Oh, the 2.9.
2. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So we would then want to look for being prepared to cut we're spending about 2 to 3 million more each year than we're bringing in. Is that correct?
But because you have the reserve that you have right now, you have the time to think of it and look at it. How does 1.5 look like and from where?
Right. So it is the 1.5 that we'll need to cut over the course of like this year, next year.
And next year.
Okay. So it could be like this year we don't make any changes because it's like next, we start distance learning, we'll probably need more money for that. But like,
right.
If we were to try to split it over 2 years, we could say like, if we were to cut 7, again, with these numbers and assuming they don't change a lot, this would mean we'd need to cut like 750 for next year, 2021-22. So year over year, we'd save, you know.
Because it's
Is that
correct. Because this is a dynamic process, then as we look into it and you have the reserves that you have, then you can see what's in the best interest of children based
right.
on.
Exactly. So that really helped us, but just it helps to ballpark like the order of magnitude of what
Right.
we're talking about. $750,000, not this current year, but the following year with the same, you know, to get that same savings the subsequent year, you know, not including one-time savings that we might have. Okay, that's helpful. So if we were, oh, go ahead, Kim.
So my question, you know, I just noticed I do recall, and stay on this slide, please. But I know you were talking about, you know, the STIRS and PERS contribution getting a little bit of relief for a couple of years, and then it goes back up. And in this budget, benefits are all together in one line. So am I correct in assuming that under benefits, that includes STIRS and PERS and health insurance and any other pieces of benefits?
The benefits, yes, all the 3,000s that you see that from this year, the 9,908,000, it's about 200,000 plus less next year.
Right. Okay. And then it bounces back up in the 22, 23.
Right. Correct.
And so is that about half of that STIRS PERS?
You know, I don't have that. The numbers that we have in there, they are linked to the salaries.
Right. So I'm trying to understand like what percentage, because I was looking at that, some of it like it jumps up to like, I don't know, like it wasn't just STIRS PERS, but some of the others were like at 25%. I was just trying to get my head around what percentage of our, you know, we know what, if there's a particular salary level, what is the percentage above that salary that we can expect for benefits?
So from certificated, we it comes to about an 18% on statutory benefits. For classified, approximately 26%. That is on just salaries and those statutorily benefits. On top of that is their health benefits, and on that we have personnel staff who are fully covered. And then in 2012, I believe, there was that notion that there was not full coverage. So we have that's health that is in this amount as well. But I will disclose it for the board and so that we can get those two things: the statutorily, the STIRS and Medicare and contributions and FICA and all of those, and then the health benefits.
So Jesus, just to follow up on that, the health benefits, if I understand correctly, from numbers you told me at one point, somebody told me at one point, you or maybe Jason, we're looking at about $24,000 per employee for health benefits, not including dental and vision, to my understanding, and about $11K for the younger employees, the teachers. So I guess it's like, just to be clear, the 18% or the 26% is for the pension benefits. And I know it's in the detail of one of the report that's later in the packet, like that breaks out the health benefits versus everything else. But, you know, 24,000 or, you know, 11,000, depending on which health benefit package you're on based on your hiring date, et cetera. But, you know, if a salary is $80,000, then, you know, that's a quarter of their salary in value. We're paying for health benefits and about 25, you know, so another, you know, whatever, 10 or 20,000, you're really 11 or 24 or 22,000 or 24,000, and then the benefit on top. So just ballparking, it's probably around 40%, I'm guessing, for all those benefits combined.
And
Rough.
it would vary from employee to employee.
Exactly. I'm wondering too, Jesus, if you can help kind of recap some basic aspects about our employee compensation structure. Because I think sometimes we get into specific things, and I just want to make sure like we're all clear on how the employment works, because it's different than I think what a lot of us are used to in our own lives. And it's partly because I've heard some concerns that our teachers are currently out of contract, or that the contract is expired, because the most recent one was for 2018-19. Can you confirm? My understanding is that until a new contract is signed, that most recent contract in all its terms, including those scheduled salary increases that were referred to earlier, like those all still stay in effect. Is that correct?
Yes, those will stay in effect, and that is a current contract. Same thing that it is in the contract now. That's the law.
Okay, so those
right now.
That makes sense. And so those salary increases in that, you know, what's sometimes called the step-in column, or the scheduled salary increases, is that around 2% per year, or what's our current estimates for what that is?
This budget contemplates 2%, has 2% for step and column.
Okay, so our teachers are receiving through step and column a 2% salary increase as a group, and that depends where they, you know, for individuals it varies depending on where they are on those steps in the columns. But as a group, our teachers' salaries are increasing 2% a year, which means, of course, pension contributions are increasing roughly 18% on that incremental
Yes.
piece as
For
well.
those,
Is that right?
For those teachers that move in step and column, that increases proportionately the contribution on the amount that they would move.
Salary increases, and then of course the contribution presumably on their end too increases.
Correct.
As a percentage of the salary.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's built into all 3 years going out.
It is yes, built in this.
So that is in there. Okay. Do other employee types like classified staff through CSEA, or administrators or other unrepresented employees, do they all get this kind of automatic or scheduled increase every year as a group? Again, knowing there's variations depending on job types and what the plan is for each job, but as a group.
We considered as a group, yes, that the 2% would cover that, yeah.
Okay. So we're assuming that
all the other groups
similar.
Is the answer to the question. The CSEA and administrators are also on a STEP program with their salaries, right, Jesus?
Well,
yes.
But that is true, but there are fewer steps and columns for our unrepresented staff than there are for others.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. So I remember seeing the administrator salary schedule, because we had renewed it or updated or whatever a couple years ago. And it's I don't know, 7 or 8. I think actually we're looking at it too when we had made the hire for you, Sean. And it's like a shorter thing. It's got columns. I don't remember actually even having steps, or whatever the right term is for just years of service, not educational attainment. I'm not familiar, admittedly, with the CSA one, but I seem to recall being told that has just, a smaller number, like maybe 5 steps or something like that.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm just trying to get my head around it's like many different employment structures. So it's I think important to understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important that everybody understand that step and column, since people have been asking about it, it goes up for the first 11 years. And then when you reach the 12th year as a teacher on their step and column, and you wait 3 years, And then in year 15, it's another step. And then in year 18. So the first 12 years, it's an incremental rise every year. And then at years 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, there is a step up. For administrators, it's based on years, and then it kind of flattens out. And it's, I think it's 7, 8.
Okay.
I had a couple questions. Are you still working on one, Sophia? Or?
I am. But if you want to go, you can go ahead and I can come back. I had some questions about pensions and how they work too. Again, to just make sure I'm clear on how these pensions work. So I can just go ahead and finish up with those. So I'm trying to. I know a lot of people are familiar with 401k plans if they're fortunate enough to have retirement plans in place. Pensions are a very different kind of system. My understanding is, with 401k plans, which of course are more typical among many industry jobs, employees contribute typically maybe up to 10% of their salary. The employer may offer a match up to typically around 5%. The employee within the offerings of the employer decides what funds to invest in. And when you're ready to retire, you draw in that account similar to any other investment account with, obviously some tax benefits versus other investment accounts, so that you get a value of your account when you retire is what it is when you retire, when you choose to retire, whatever the market is doing. So it's, there is that volatility or that risk, I guess. So pensions, as we are familiar with many government jobs, the employer makes the employer and the employee make contributions. I don't know what the employee contribution is. Clearly, we've heard here tonight. Our current percentages for the district are 18 to 20%, depending on the group. We'll go up 26% or so for classified staff soon. Over the next few years. So those go into state-managed pension funds, CalSTRS for teachers, CalPERS for other public employees, including CSEA. When employees are ready to retire, they receive a defined benefit, which is basically a percentage of their highest pay in the job, whatever the market is doing at the time. So it's the defined benefit, which is, I think, important to just in our heads and be clear around even what these, we talk a lot about these things, and I think important that we understand what they are. What I'm curious about, and I don't know if you have this number off the top of your head, Jesus, is when employee retires, either through CalSTRS or CalPERS, do you know that is it something you can estimate? What is the typical benefit?
Okay, 2 things in there. The participation in 401ks is voluntary on the part of the employee.
Correct.
And the employee may choose to participate on those or not. Now, at the retirement for certificated, it is typically the 2% at age, I think it's 62 or 61 and a half. And then times the number of years they have in the system. So that's and I don't think the age, but it's about 2%. It goes up to 2.4%. But they max out at 61 and a half. And so it's a whole number of formulas that would calculate everybody's retirement.
Okay, so I'm thinking of an example. If somebody retires with a peak salary of $100,000, just because it makes the math easy. Let's say they were, teaching for 20 years. So that would be 2% of 20, which is 2% of 120. 1% of 20 is 20, or two. So I'm gonna have to do this. I'm trying to do this math on the fly here.
To help you right now.
Yeah. I need like a calculator. I'm just trying to get a general sense of okay, I'll do the math offline to get a sense, because that was what I wanted to understand. So basically, it's the 2% of the 20 of the number of years.
Right.
Okay.
Higher salary, 2%,
okay.
and number of years.
Okay, and is it roughly the same for classified stuff?
The CalPERS,
Yeah,
it operates similarly, but
okay. It's a little bit different, but
different numbers, different things.
okay. Okay, that's helpful. I'll do the math offline again to just get my head around this and understand more deeply how it works. Let me see. I'm just going through my questions here. I think you answered a lot of my questions in the course of your presentation. So I'm just scanning through. A question about the scenario where, and this is probably more of an HR question, I guess, in a scenario where are faced with layoffs. If we were to be faced with layoffs, what is the decision making process like for determining that? So let's say, for example, we were overspent on our budget and we needed to make layoffs because we didn't have enough attrition to cover that, which I think declining enrollment, often you can kind of net even. But what's the decision making process for layoffs?
So basically would be what do we have to provide to our children, and that is the type of classes that are considered core. Then how many teachers do we need to provide the services that we owe to our children? And then you go into the seniority and figuring out how many teachers to teach what are needed, and then interrogate and look into the seniority list. And that's typically the process that of discerning that it goes into laying people off.
Okay, that's very helpful. That's all my questions, and I just want to make a comment again of thank you for presenting this to us. It's kind of like Sean said, you guys get stuck being the bearer of bad news with a lot of red on that chart, like a lot of red, which is, of course, in accounting, not a good thing. And it just feels like from all the mechanisms that you described in one of those subsequent places one of the subsequent slides in your presentation, like I just think about if we were a family managing this type of financial situation, we're looking at like a pretty bad situation. Like one parent lost their job, the other one can continue working, but they'll get paid like a year later. So we don't want to overdraw our checking account. So we need to hold off on moving to a more expensive roomy home. We need to probably sell one of our cars. We need to spend a little savings that we had on our, for our bills, pull some money out early from retirement accounts, like all these mechanisms that you describe, which sound a little bit like a foreign language to somebody that, when you think about it and what it means for a family, we're selling grandma's wedding ring. We're taking out some payday loans. Like this is a situation where as a family, you'd be like, wow, we're got some challenges here. We've just got to get our footing. And it's encouraging because we've done that before. It's frustrating because we've done that before, just done that before. And we feel like we're back to that point where we need to get more stability. That will help us weather future storms. So I just want to thank you because these are not easy messages to deliver. And there's so much complexity here that your diligence in managing that complexity and helping us understand it so we can make the best decisions for our students and our community, I think is greatly appreciated. So I just want to finish my billion questions with a thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Jesus and all. So I know it's getting late here. But can I have the slide back up, Rosie? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, Rosie. Okay, so I normally, every time we have any kind of budget or interim budget or actuals for a different year, I go through and I look at all the different numbers and I look at differences, and I usually ask whoever's the CBO, and Jesus, I know you haven't been here as long to know that this is kind of my practice. And usually what I do is I just send an email asking what are these different funds and what's going on. And in in support of transparency and kind of us all being on the same page, I just decided to wait and ask these questions here so that we could have an understanding. Again, this is what I've always done, so this is not a special circumstance. This is how I've tried to figure out these budgets, and I totally understand that the questions I'm asking right now are about the May revised budget. So I'm sure those numbers will change, but I think it's helpful to look at these larger numbers and what shifted so that when we come into July and we actually have a budget, we know what is real and what isn't and where these monies are coming from. So, I mean, basically, but first I want to make one comment. I mean, if you do look at 1920, we are not deficit spending in 1920. We have enough money to cover. In fact, we add to our reserve, which is great. So we have some money in 2021, 21, 22 to cover those reserves. So the main difference between the actuals from 1920, and this is all information that's in your budget summary. Again, I like to pour through those numbers.
Right.
So it kind of starts on page 329. So basically the main difference is in the LCFF. In 1920, our actuals were 31,960, and then in our 2021 budget, they were 30,175,000. And so I tried to look at what those were, and so maybe you can just help clarify what some of those numbers are. So the main difference that I saw on LCFF was the supplemental taxes. There was a reduction of 2.2 million, and I was just wondering if you could tell me what that is.
So the 2.2 million that are in our taxes there, that is what gave us this nice end balance, because when a district becomes basic aid, for that first year and only for that year, they get to keep those taxes. Those
so that 2.2 in supplemental taxes that we don't get in the 2021 budget is because we switched to basic aid.
Because we switched to basic aid, we got to keep those $2.1 million.
And also that number, correct me if I'm wrong, can vary greatly. We were lucky it was so big because it has to do with how many schools are dipping into that reserve. So we really lucked out with getting that money because it was only, I think, 6 schools that were in the pot that year. Is that correct?
That helped us going from the situation where we were in the fall to have those 2.2 million, which were wonderful shot in the arm.
That was the big surprise in March, right? Like, and why things looked so good in March, because we had flipped and therefore got that $2 million bonus. So that's the reason why we're not deficit spending in 2019-2020 is because we had that one-time funding of $2 million.
That's why you don't see red below here. You still see red up in here, in and out, like those $313,000. That's our cafeteria contribution, but you don't see red down on the ending balance and the unassigned. So
right. So then the LCFF funds that goes down from the 31 million to the 30 million, it's basically 1.8. So that is because we're not getting that 2.2 million?
That is because LCFF in next year will be down by that 10%. So and in there, it's a good point, because in there, at the end of the day, you can look at that red immediately. That's because we don't have in there the 2.1 million that we had this year.
Right. And then you have a reduction in federal revenue as well, which is calculated on page of 200,000, I believe it is, page 335. And so what is that from? We're anticipating less federal revenue?
Less federal revenue, yeah.
And what's the rationale for that?
Let me go back to that page. Which page are you talking about, Freya?
That was on the board packet, page 335.
335. Okay.
And then I have similar questions, Jesus, for like all other state revenue, which was on page 336, which is a reduction of 800,000 from the previous year. And then there was also a reduction in all other local revenue, which I had understood to be not, PTOs and other things. I'm just wondering if we're worried that we're going to get less next year because of funding. I just kind of wanted a rationale for those couple of numbers.
Okay. Let me get to that 338.
So those are, it's like it's in that like explanation section, 333, 335, 330, and 338.
Okay, so 338.
So the 335 was all other federal revenue, and it had a reduction of 200,000. 336 was all other state revenue, and they had a reduction of 800,000. And then 338 was all other local revenue, and I was just wondering what that fund was. My assumption was that it was from nonprofits, but I wanted to ask you that.
335, and it is you're looking between the estimated actuals and the budget, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then you're looking at which specifically, Freya?
It was all other federal revenue.
All other. Okay.
I don't have it pulled up right now. I just have my notes. Do you want me to pull it up, Jesus? Would that help?
No, I just pulled it up in here.
Okay.
And, you have it, and you're seeing 20%.
So reduction. So there in several. So it explains. So basically, you have from 1920 actuals to 2021 budget. You have a significant difference in our revenues, right? That's our problem. We're actually not spending that much more. It's a significant reduction in our revenues. So I'm just trying to it's over 3 million, right? 3,300,000 in total revenue reduction in that year. So I'm just trying to understand in parts of it what that's from. So 2.2 million is because we don't get this supplemental tax, is my understanding, right?
Yes.
And then the federal revenue reduction, there's some state revenue reduction, and there's some local. And I'm just curious what those sources are.
So all those, do you see all those little numbers up in there?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the resources for each and every one of those. So I would need to go back and check each and every one of those resources.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jesus. I should have emailed you these questions then.
No, you have in there some special ed, federal dollar, and then some Title I, 3110. So all of those different resources. So I will go back in there and then interrogate each and every one of those, and then email you.
Okay. And then on the all other state revenue on page 336, there's a reduction of 800,000. And again, if you want to email me on all of this is fine, but I just wanted for full disclosure, because in total, that covers the 3.4 million that is our reduction in revenue, which is what puts us in this hole. So I feel it behooves all of us to understand what those details are.
And that's a good, I will get all of those and email them and send them to the board and say, like, this is what the down to.
Okay, and I can send you this email, Jesus, if that's easier.
That would be great. And
okay, and again, I'm sorry that I didn't send it before. I'm just trying to, kind of understand. Sure. So now just help me understand a little bit more again. So in the 2021, are we assuming we're basic aid?
Yes, with this model.
Right, so you have a 10% reduction in LCFF, and that's what accounts for that LCFF reduction. But do you get the full 10% if you're basic aid, or are there any part of that you get back because they limit the amount of fair share that you can have, is my understanding. It can't, like you put in that one slide, it can't go above $120 per student.
So
for ADA.
Right, it will be, but it's minimum, because we will get 10% of the less of the $200 that we get per child. So 10% of that basic aid is what is going to be less. Now, if we, because we're basic aid, then we get to keep all of our taxes. And when we get to keep those taxes, it's the amount of dollars that we would be getting from the state. You know, we don't need to get them because our revenue would be higher than the calculated LCFF. Now, what happens is that if we become LCFF, if we come below that, then we don't get, you know, to keep the taxes. You know, it's 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. We only get to keep the taxes, the supplemental taxes, the year that we become basic aid. So it is not a good for us to be basic aid, then go back LCFF, because then that totally gets us into the instability of funding.
Well, just to clarify then, this 30,176,000 that is under 2021 for LCFF funding, that plus the 2.52 is how much we're getting in local property taxes?
Yeah, that's what we calculate at a 2% of the increase in property tax.
And is that number, that 30 million there, based on LCFF, or is it based on actually how much local property tax we're getting?
That's LCFF.
Okay.
Is it those combined numbers, or is it actually the unrestricted?
The combined. Look at the combined.
So I got a little confused by the conversation a little bit earlier. I apologize with it. I know there's a lot of detail in the report. It's extremely helpful because it will break out a lot of the pieces. So, but I want to just make sure we're clear on the bottom line, which is that total surplus or deficit number, and to just understand that big picture. We're in the black this year, or this past year, because of that $2 million bonus, if you will, because of
I'm just trying to understand the actual numbers, where they're
so,
coming from.
and just to finish out, to make sure my understanding is then this coming year we're projected to spend $2.5 million more than we're bringing in, and the numbers stays around like 2.4, and then it's like basically 3 million, not the year after this year, but the year after that. Is that correct? And there's a lot of different reasons for that, things going up, things going down, and it's important that we understand that for sure. But I just want to also see that big picture and make sure I'm understanding it correctly and that we all are. Is that right, Jesus?
Yes. And I'll be looking
for a big picture, Jesus, that will change come July, and will change again next year when we get a new budget in January, and then we'll change again. I mean, this isn't that's right, but this is always changing.
That's the case for any numbers that we see. That's the nature of a budget.
So that's why it's useful for me, at least, Sophia, which I was just trying to ask Jesus when you wanted to interrupt about the big picture, is what are these numbers based on, so that then as changes happen, we understand what the changes mean. So
right, and that's why I'm not arguing with that at all. I just want to make sure we see both of those pictures. So I want to make sure that we're clear on that too. And knowing that these numbers change for all these different reasons, like every single thing like this, you know, all these different elements will change. And it's definitely important. It's important to understand what those levers are and where we are now, and knowing that things could change a lot.
Right, in both directions. So can I just clarify this again, because I'm still really confused about the LCFF number that you have in the 2021 budget, Jesus. Okay. So that 30 million is the amount that the state is providing in LCFF for that year, but we are a basic aid district. So could you just walk me through how, are we just getting the exact same amount that the LCFF district would get? My understanding is that we will get a little bit more, not as much as we might want more, but some little amount more. I'm just trying to figure out where that's reflected in this budget.
Okay.
And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we get the exact same amount as the state if we were an LCFF, which I know that has happened in the past, because in the past our fair share has been so much that we've had to pay it all back to the state, and we were basically just back to the LCFF level. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Because when we last had this conversation about basic aid, they hadn't yet passed a fair share. But it sounds like they have already. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what that looks like.
Okay, so the calculation, we always have to calculate the LCFF amount. And the LCFF, based on the assumptions that we have in that 2021, it would be that 30.176 million, okay? If we add to that the federal revenue, or let's just keep the 30 calculation in there, the 30 million, which is the LCFF part of it.
Yeah.
The state revenue in there, the 2.522, and some local state grants that would give us those other dollars. Added to the federal revenue, it gives us that $36 million, $36.5 million. Now, that's the revenue that we are expecting, and that is being a basic aid. The calculation of our LCFF dollars, of our dollars, that's not in this one. There is an LCFF calculator, FICMAT LCFF calculator. That's where it is, and I think I see what you want to get, Freya, and then I will send you those other ones. This is the summary. This is not disclosed in here. I will send you that information that comes directly from the FICMAT LCFF calculator, which is the one that determines you're expecting this many taxes. This is what you would be getting LCFF wise, your basic aid, because
right, your basic aid. And then I guess then with the other information that would be helpful for me, at least, Jesus, is then what happens with that difference between that LCFF calculator and the amount you're getting in local property taxes? Do we get a percentage of that? What does that look like? And really lay that out. And I think that would be helpful. Okay. I would like other people to have that information so that when we think about basic aid or not, we understand where these monies are going and how it's being calculated. That would help me.
I think I understand what you want. I will work to get you that.
Okay. Thank you, Jesus. I appreciate it.
All right.
Oh, I had a real quick question. Also, do we still have to do the LCAP for basic aid?
Yes. LCAP is it's always the way that we say how we're going to be meeting our indicators.
But so then do you still get the supplemental funds, which is what the LCAP is basically based upon?
Every district has to write an LCAP, and every district has to calculate its supplemental amount of dollars. In our case, like $2.1 million. So we get to calculate it. We get to say this amount of dollars, if we were LCFF, that we would have received in a supplemental LCFF. We calculate it, and even though we would be getting it from our taxes, we still calculate it and respond to an LCAP.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Thank you.
I've got a few more questions if no one else has any.
Okay.
One thing, Freya, about what you said, I just want to make sure we're on the same page with the meaning of a word. When I say deficit spending, I'm talking about, I think it means spending more than you're bringing in, not necessarily if we're in the hole that year. Is that everyone's? I thought you said it differently, Freya.
Well, in that year, in 2019, 2020, we don't spend more than we bring in.
Correct. Okay. Okay. We're
But
on the
in
same page.
2020 and 21, we do, but we have
Okay.
the reserves to cover it.
Got
But that's all.
Okay.
I was just pointing out that we are not deficit spending this year, but the next 2 or 3 years we're
Okay.
we're
I just wanted to make sure that's a pretty big one to not be on the same page about. So that I agree. Okay, I understand. Okay, perfect. Okay, hey Seuss, I got a question.
And
The
it's this year, like this past year, we weren't deficit spending, which is technically where we are now. But this coming year, we're projecting to deficit spend or forecasting to deficit spend.
Wait, last year we didn't because we got the gift.
Yeah, yeah.
But this year we are.
This coming year, yeah, this year that starts in 2
That
weeks.
starts in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know it's a little bit that awkward time where we're talking about 2 years. And we're basically done with this year.
Right.
Formally, but for practical purposes.
I mean, really, as far as I'm concerned, the pink is moved off to the left.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The pink is kind of like what just is finishing up now. Really,
we're now looking at 2021. Okay. Hey, Suze, I got a question for you. The contribution, the line on this graph for the contribution, the $8 million something dollars, is that our special education fund?
Yes.
Okay.
Not all of it, but
that was my next question.
It is some of our contributions to our special ed.
Oh, so there's more beyond that, because I mean, that's 20% of our budget right there. I assumed it's the whole thing, so there is more.
So we will be disclosing again. I'll disclose that, that number.
Okay.
One is pretty fast in and out is because Fund 13, which is those $313,000, that's our cafeteria fund. That's
right. And then the contribution is funds specific to special ed, but that doesn't cover everything for that program. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So that's
okay. And I think we've been over this over and over, but you foresee us being basic aid for the entirety of 2021 at this point.
At this point, with this May revised.
Okay. Okay, this is a really dumb question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I know our unrepresented staff, our principals and supervisors did not get a raise. I think their last raise was in 2018. They got skipped over last time. I assume there's nothing built into this budget for them.
No.
Okay. I just wanted to point out, I mean, Freya, you said this too, but like, it's amazing. Like our expenses are pretty much the same, 38.3, 38.7, 39.1. It really is our revenue coming in that's killing us. And I know you want us to approve this budget, and we'll have to because we need to run school. But it really is killing me that we continue to spend more than what's coming in. And thank goodness we had some reserve. And I guess this kind of speaks to this other point that keeps being brought up about this reserve, like the whole, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Jesus, but my vision of the reserve is once we get the spending under control and we're not deficit spending anymore, then you build up a reserve to be able to do things like make new programs or give raises or something. It's not, we're gonna not give that money to have this reserve. I mean, we're not gonna have this reserve. We're gonna have to use it. Am I interpreting the way we're thinking about a reserve correctly?
A reserve gives you the gift of time to do something about our operation. Without a reserve, imagine that 2.1 million had not come this year. We would be immediately already with the same assumptions be on the red here, had we not had those, the reserve that we currently have. as you see, it doesn't last long. That reserve helps us get a lower revenue and still survive it for a year.
Well, and it is pretty worrisome to me that this year we're going into that we can continue to deficit spend, but we'll be okay because we have some reserves. But the very next year, I mean, year 2, we can't make our we can't make our 3%. The next year out, 21, 22, what's the 112,808 in red?
That would be.
Oh, that's we're in the hole. Okay, so we can't make our reserve by 112,000.
Correct.
So that's shocking to me. Like, this is year 2. Year 2, we can't make our 3% reserve. Like,
yeah, and it's basically
man,
we had such a small reserve to begin with, and we're overspending by $2 million a year. So it's like it's gone like in lickety split. Right. So that's the thing. It's like 2 million sounds like a lot of money, but when you're and I don't mean to say overspending pejoratively, but when you're deficit spending, back to your point, Mary Beth, about consistent terminology, when you're deficit spending by around that amount, if not slightly more, like that goes away, really quickly.
I want to point out that this is not just about us deficit spending or decisions we're making. This is a absolute symptom of being in the highest cost of living area in California, and the LCFF formula not being varied based on cost of living for locale. I mean, that's an elephant in the room. And so we are asked to do more in the Bay Area with much less. And yes, it impacts our teachers. And yes, it would be ideal to have bigger margins on our savings. But at the end of the day, we have to work within all of these constraints. So, if we had Hillsdale's budget, or gosh, San Mateo Union High School District with 17.7 per student, we could have the same salary schedule that they have, but we don't. So, and our flipping to basic aid, the perception that that's going to be more money, we're going to be a poor basic aid. And I'm sounding crabby because I'm getting a little bit tired, but I apologize. But I want to be, I thank you for all the parents and teachers that are still hanging in there with us as we go over all of this material.
Yeah, and I just want to add, Kim, I think that's important to again, get back to that big picture and realize there are massive inequities because of geographic cost of living differences, and there are massive inequities because of local revenue differences in terms of our revenues being less than half of what our neighboring elementary school district.
And we're going to continue to flip back and forth.
We'll continue to flip back and forth, and it comes back to those inconvenient truths and those unfortunate realities. Like, that is reality, and it's not an unpleasant one, right? So we have to manage things in a way that keeps us afloat and helps us, weather the storms, helps us invest in our future, and to run on empty. I think that's where we get into trouble, and then you can't. And so that's why, again, I'm so grateful that we had that fortuitous bonus last year, 2019, 2020, that's staved off making any cuts this coming year. I mean, in 2 weeks.
Can we move? I'm going to interrupt. Can we move on to our public hearing on excess reserves? Because it's still related.
Is that the next item?
Yes.
It is not.
No.
Shoot. Okay. Where are we? Oh, the financial overview update after COVID-19. My apologies. 10E.
Everybody ready to move to this one? Rosie, would you bring that up? Thank you, Jesus. I think as we're waiting for the next slide to come up, I want to remind the public and the board, all our employees, that remember, these are numbers that are based on the governor's May revise, but it's the numbers we have to use. So it was just this last week that the legislature came through with their kind of Hail Mary, you know, save the day proposal, but the governor still has the ability to veto it, or, you know, we'll see how that hashes out. And we won't know for some time what it's going to really look like. So this is basically a financial overview update, impacts of COVID on the budget, and a year-end review. And I wanted to put it in a nutshell from our perspective of what this means. Next slide, please. So our budget must be based on anticipated revenues. I think that is the inconvenient truth that we've been talking about. Our position is that if you look at a multi-year projection and you're budgeting on that, we have to provide that. It's based on the governor's May revise. It must be to inform our spending decisions. Remember, in December of 2019, we provided a list of cuts to programs and services to achieve the goal of regaining a positive budget certification, because the county and the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team were called in to make sure we did that. And we presented about $2.6 million in required cuts and savings presented. And many of those positions have not been restored. Many of those cuts have been realized or will be realized in the coming year. And then in March of 2020, budget assumptions based on the projected basic aid status allowed us to present a positive budget certification, which is some of the lack of clarity about our budget situation with our colleagues in negotiations, because they were looking at those numbers. But then COVID-19's impact on the budget became clear, and we got these new assumptions and the governor's May revise, and that is what you saw tonight. Next slide, please. The budget picture then went from negative to positive, because remember, in March, we were able to say, hey, we're going to have a 3-year positive outlook. We can recommend a positive certification, and the county agreed. And the very next day that we presented that to the board was the day when districts across the county and in the state closed schools and initiated remote learning. And because of that, we had federal, state, and local economic impacts. And the governor's May revise recommended that the impact would be a reduction in cost of living adjustment. And School Services of California and other expert agencies just zeroed that out for the next 3 years. And then also took other cuts. So predictions of 10 to 15% loss in state funding were made because of COVID and its impacts on the economy. So again, we went from negative and then in March to positive. And then the very next day, the event happened where schools were closed, and we started seeing the impact on the economy because of COVID and shelter in place. And that resulted in the governor's May revise, which then those calculations we must base our budget on make us negative again in out years. Next slide. So we use state and county data for our projections. We don't make this stuff up. There's a FCMAT calculator that every district uses. We analyze and we calculate a new budget based on the governor's May revise. We have to. And those calculations based on that data provided then indicated we could not look forward to maintaining basic aid status, or we could look forward to maintaining basic aid status. Unfortunately, then San Mateo County officials also calculated that property tax increases would not see 4% growth, but instead were anticipated to be only 2%. And that caused CUSD funding volatility that would result in decreased revenues from what was anticipated in March before COVID. And again, I just want to say, look, if we wind up being basic aid, then there is a new fair share in the new budget where basic aid districts have to pay more, as I understand it. And then when you calculate based on revenue from local, from property taxes, then you see that that number dropped, as I understand it from the county office, from 4% to 2%, because that was based on the 2008 recession levels. Next slide. This results in increasing budget volatility, where you've seen, this is the roller coaster. We thought there would be a roller coaster between basic aid and then LCFF. And we had to try to explain that, but then it increases the budget volatility because we had new May data by state and county officials at the state level and the local level. We applied those predictions to new calculations because the predicted financial downturn results in lower revenues, whether we're basic aid or LCFF, ongoing deficit spending, not for 1 year, but on the aggregate over time. We are living beyond our means, and there's a potential need now for more cuts to maintain fiscal solvency according to these multi-year projections. And so from that new MYP, we could not recommend new expenses to the board for review, and we had to continue to monitor the state and county budgets to advise the board on next steps ahead. We will probably, we are looking at scheduling a July 16th meeting to go over the recommendations for school reopening, and we will also bring a revision of the budget based on what we hear. We were supposed to attend a capital advisors presentation next week to find out what it means for us so that we can figure out and make our analysis. They have canceled that because of the budget volatility. So we have budget volatility, and this is no fault of our employees. This is no fault of the district. This is about the revenues we receive, whether it's local control funding formula from the state or whether it's basic aid. We are seeing budget volatility about projected revenues. Next slide. The need for a budget reserve for economic uncertainty. Look, you have to have a 3% reserve by the state. That is the minimum, but we explained in recent meetings that most basic aid districts, when they go into basic aid, they have a budget reserve policy that's higher than that. And if you look through most of the county districts, most of them have budget reserve policies or carry a budget reserve that is larger than what we do, which has been the minimum. Best practice recommendations from the Legislative Analyst Office, and we included that data for you from FCMAT, from the California Department of Education, from School Services of California, and others. We recommended the board adopt such a policy, knowing that it was an aspirational policy, that we would hope that someday we could save enough money so that we would have a rainy day fund. I've heard the analogy used, hey, this is the storm, you can't have a rainy day fund. We won't. We're not putting the money in to have a 16% reserve. We have the reserve we have because of that momentary gift, as people have discussed about going into basic aid. But then we see that we have cash shortfalls and funding volatility, and that is often the case in basic aid districts also, because you can't count on the state. It depends on what your local revenue is. And according to the Legislative Analyst Office, the average budget reserve in California in districts is 17%. And so staff based a recommendation on that data with a 1% below. But remember, this is with or without a budget reserve policy. That is the average budget reserve in California. Small districts often carry over 20%. Most districts carry enough of a budget reserve, and the average is 17% in the state. Next slide. We cannot increase expenses with reduced revenues. We've heard questions about why we can't recommend salary increases to the board at this time. Number one, I have heard the point that you could do it for 1920 because look at this year, you have that reserve. But then you would have to make more cuts later. The answer for us is clear that our budget assumptions from both county and state forecasts show a drop in revenues, whether we're basic aid or whether we're state funded. If you're basic aid, they're trying to increase the fair share, as I understand it, and your property taxes are lower. If your local control funding formula, then they're talking about zeroing out the COLA in the May revise and having less. Now, the state legislature has a very ambitious goal of trying to hold us harmless and providing a COLA, and we will present on that in July. But we had to base this on what we had at the time, because remember, when we created this presentation, that was what we had to base it on. And the legislature just presented their budget, I think, Monday. So our basic point, and it's not one that's popular, is that we cannot add expenses that could threaten our financial solvency. And our basic point about that is because the county will not let us. Last year, we sent AB 1200s for raises, and the county said, wait a second, you have a qualified budget. You're going to have to make cuts. Basically, the county, if they saw our MYP as it currently stands and we were to provide raises, they would probably reject it. And if they didn't reject it, they would say, okay, if you're going to do it, then you're going to have to make, it looks like, $1.5 million of cuts next year to be able to cover your $3 million in the hole the following year. It adds up. So our position is, knowing what we know about the district last year, which was a real budget crisis. It was not just a doomsday scenario. It was a real budget crisis because we were living beyond our means. We feel like we cannot add expenses because it would threaten our financial solvency. We've worked hard to maintain our budget rating for our bonds because if we go into financial insolvency, then the taxpayers and the bond payers have increased costs because our budget rating goes down. Our position is we cannot continue a historical trend of spending beyond our means. We've seen in the FCMAT report, and there's argument about this too, but according to FCMAT and the report they presented in February, our salary increases for employees in previous years exceeded the cost of living adjustment. And FCMAT said, look, you're spending more than average districts on salary. And I remember John Von Flew said, that's a good thing. You respect your employees. But it also means that you're going to have to make cuts. And if you're going to have to make cuts, it has to come from somewhere. And if it's not from compensation, it's going to be from programs and services. And so that's what got us into our cuts. We believe we cannot continue a historical trend of spending beyond our means because we believe we have a fiduciary responsibility to the public we serve and the people who depend on our programs and the taxpayers who pay our bonds and our parcel taxes. We believe we must practice fiscal discipline and methodical planning ahead so we can contain our spending so the district is able to maintain financial sustainability going forward, to avoid fiscal insolvency, to avoid takeover, to avoid bond ratings going down, to avoid the cutting of programs and services to the children and families we serve. Next slide. I'm not going to go over this whole thing, but basically I took our whole budget cut slides from before and said, look, this is how the decisions get made, just so the public understand. We look at projections, we present them to the board as they come to us. The board acts on those recommendations. We present regularly on the budget. We will present again in July based on the new revision of the budget, whatever the governor and the legislature decide upon. We use input from the county, from the state, from FCMAT, from School Services of California and other inputs. We make a recommendation based on current resources, projections on new revenues, and proposals for cuts or expenses. The board either authorizes or does not authorize that budget each year. And the staff work in board meetings like we are tonight to help describe the revenue, the expenses, and the rationale for decisions about solvency and ongoing program needs, including compensation. And ultimately, everybody has to understand that there is a need for budget discipline. And we always said there would be an ongoing need for budget discipline to remain solvent and to achieve sustainability. Next slide. This is the financial planning process. Again, this is similar to slides you've seen over the year, through the cut process. And I've just, sort of revised these, but basically it says that we're never done, that this is going forward April, June of 2020. And so even though there's been an argument made, we have money now, use it. Then if you use it, you have to make more cuts in the fall because you can see that we're no longer solvent in the third year. Next, please. I've revised this. This is a similar slide. Look, we have presented as board and leadership that our core values are based on student needs. We understand that staff needs are, instrumental to that, but student needs, that is our main mission. Every child, every day. Continuous improvement is something that we talked about as a board and as leadership to talk about. We want to have continuous improvement in our learning outcomes. We have to have an equity focus. We've talked about that numerous times. We have an equity policy. We have to ensure all students are ready for college and career, particularly students who have been disproportionately assigned in classes that don't give them college and career readiness. We have to have financial sustainability as a goal. We uphold our commitment to learn from the past and prepare for the future. I think that is a point that is uncomfortable for many, but we believe that if we're to learn from the past and prepare for the future, that we will try to understand that we can't spend beyond our means. We uphold our commitment to calculate the outcomes of any added expenses, and that's why you get it in the budget. And we uphold our commitment to empathy and open minds during the process. This is a charged environment because we are negotiating, and people will suggest, honestly, they will suggest, I've heard this in social media, that we're not giving raises and we could afford it and it's not fair. But the flip side of that is it's not fair how we receive revenues, and it's not fair to cut programs in order to just deal with compensation. So we also uphold our commitment to be data-driven, to be transparent, to be inclusive in fact-finding, analysis, and decision-making. We know these decisions impact our stakeholders. This is why I always talk about this being a balance between students, families, and staff. Next slide. Again, there's some things here that I think we've talked about over the months about how technology and operational upgrades can bring efficiencies. And we've used bond dollars for software improvements, for phone upgrades. Those are not monies that could be used on compensation. They're bond monies, what the bond was sort of written to create. Utility procurement improvements, how we're trying to save money by, for example, solar energy investments, so that we don't have to spend our general fund on energy, but we could use bond dollars to do that. That was part of the bond also. Copier upgrades because they're defunct and the costs were excessive to keep repairing them. Other sustainability efforts. Some of our existing arrangements, we have said offer unclear benefits for the cost, and we just can't afford them. We think the facilities master plan updates use of bond dollars could help us realize additional maintenance or custodial efficiencies going forward if we were to right-size our schools. There are some things that are non-contractual stipends or staffing arrangements or meal program or transportation offerings that were listed on cuts that we still would want to negotiate. And then we have some initiatives that we think also, when you talk about the money we spend downstream, if we were to provide interventions, that's a penny, a penny of prevention is worth a pound of cure, I think is the expression. Also, to maintain an equity lens, we need, and to decrease downstream intervention costs, and to keep families in CUSD, to address a trend of declining enrollment. We think that if we served our students better with these initiatives, whether it's the ELD master plan or reading interventions or dyslexia assessments or multi-tiered system of supports, it saves us money in the long term to provide interventions and multi-tiered systems of support in the front end. Next slide. This is a review of the cuts and savings. We heard earlier that we didn't make cuts. I just want to say that this list tells the cuts that we recommended and that we were approved and authorized by the board to make. We paid off our district solar lease. We cut a school linked service contractor. We made insurance adjustments for lower dental and vision costs by joining a bigger pool. We did same with workers' comp insurance costs. We presented with our contract last time, I think, on LED lighting replacement. We have a solar initiative that we are looking at. The Assistant Superintendent of Educational Support Services was restructured to a director for cost savings and a district office restructure. School loop contract PTO is paying for that. But again, if we were just to use our infinite campus functions, we would save $14,000. The Panorama contract was not renewed. Summer cleaning contract has not been continued. AXA dues for our administrators are no longer reimbursed. The district webmaster contractor was suspended. The district broadcasting position was ended. That's one I may want to bring back to the board at some point, because I think in remote learning that may be something, but with this new hit on our budget, we've kept that there. The custodian reduction in force is red there because, and you'll see the red on the note, because we believe because of COVID, and we've heard this from our union and we've heard this from others, we believe we need to not reduce those custodians because of hygiene and health for COVID. But we did cut a psychologist. We are reducing district transportation. I wish we didn't have to, but we are. We recommended it and we are not recommending bringing it back. A behavior intervention coordinator was cut. The district network specialist, when they left, we did not hire it back. We may restructure technology going forward because we need that work done, but we did not hire back for that employee. The district custodial supervisor, when they left, we did not hire that back. We may have to restructure the custodial supervision and the maintenance supervision in some way, but we did cut that position and did not rehire it. And the director of categorical programs, it was the first decision I had even before joining the job, joining the district, and they asked, do you want to fly that position again? I said, no, we can't afford it. So all those things, all those cuts to district office and district services we've made, the only one we are recommending to the board now that we bring back is the custodian reduction. Next slide. These were the intermediate high schools. I've marked red here because this goes to back to what we talked about alternative funding sources. We talked earlier in the meeting how the Cunha Dean period was restored with an alternative funding source. So we save the money, and thankfully CEF is paying for it, and we keep the service. Our campus supervisor reduction was a recommendation. We think we need to maintain that recommendation. Our summer online credit recovery program, ELD, ESY still offered because of COVID. We have seen cuts and we're not having summer school costs the same as we did before, but we're still trying to offer some kind of credit recovery. The athletics budget was reduced by 25%. We worked with the HMBHS, the Half Moon Bay High School athletic boosters on that. And that cut remains. The Cunha After School Sports was restored because of our Boys and Girls Club partnership, and that saves us $100,000. And in exchange, we brought you an MOU with them, and they will take that cost up, and we will provide them space. The middle college program, again, that was very small number of students, 7 students, I think, or 6 students, and it cost $50,000. We have stopped that program. And tighter staffing, we have realized some savings with tighter staffing. And we did say to Cunha, if you want to explore the 6-period day next year for more cost savings that could be used on on other things, we said to them, I remember talking to Cunha staff and to Cunha leadership, they will plan on looking at a 6-period day and exploring it. And I said, fine, that's a negotiable item. And they said they would do that. So again, Boys and Girls Club and CEF have brought us some programs that are restored, but we still realize the savings. And I just want to remark that these cuts have still been instituted. Next slide. And then elementary schools, the science specialist, that again was preserved with the alternative Cabrillo Education Foundation funding source identified. Thank you. We got to cut that money and they provided it. And I appreciate them sort of targeting their dollars toward our need. Kindergarten enrichment staffing eliminated and full day kindergarten alternatives negotiated. We are still at the negotiations table on this, but we do think that that would be within the contract and would provide us savings. And that will remain to be seen with how it gets negotiated with CUTA. 5th grade music enrichment staffing, I put that in red because we have not been able to find another funding source. And so I would recommend that we continue to offer that for music enrichment. But the community liaison staffing was right-sized because Farallon View and the desire of the Moonridge families to go to Hatch, it means that we were able to cut a community liaison, and that was right-sized. Tighter staffing, looking at combo classes. I will point out that we are not offering TK at every campus because the numbers were too small. So we're trying to do tighter staffing, and we right-size staffing at Kings Mountain Elementary per the contractual staffing ratio. And fortunately, the KMAP, the Kings Mountain Association of Parents, they worked to pay for their 3rd teacher. And so that was savings to us. So again, we would recommend the restoration of the cut to the 5th grade music enrichment staffing. That's $30,000. And otherwise, those cuts were instituted. Next slide. This is just an overview again. We passed the parcel tax. We could make a smaller list. We worked with Boys and Girls Club and CEF to fund programs considered crucial that would provide us savings but still remain. We help right-size our staffing arrangements to actual school and student needs. Ultimately, the finalized list of cuts provided us with the budget reductions we needed to achieve district fiscal solvency and restore us to a positive budget certification in March, and then COVID happened. So then we had a windfall of being assigned basic aid or community funded status. And then because of the hit on the state, county, local economies from COVID-19 and the governor's May revise, that new MYP you just saw based on new realities indicated we would need to make ongoing cuts. And that's the thing I hate to say, is that we probably, depending on what the legislature's budget looks like with the governor, we may still need to make more cuts. We do request funding of custodial positions previously suggested for cuts because of COVID, because of our need for health and hygiene. We do request ongoing district funding of $30,000 for the music enrichment programs for 5th grade students as they feed into music in the middle and high school. And we're very grateful for Boys and Girls Club and Cabrillo Education Foundation because they literally helped us fund programs and make savings. Next slide. I want to make sure that we are keeping in mind going forward, it's not just us. All school districts are struggling with funding ambiguity because the governor and legislature don't finalize the state budget until late June of 2020. And we all continue to struggle with pension contributions. And I get a lot of concerned comments about this where people say, hey, you're blaming employees, but it's not anything the employees did. The state in their Public Employee Pension Reform Act of 2012 made it the employees start paying their contributions and made us start paying contributions. We've gotten a slight reprieve of that again this year and next year potentially, but it goes up again. So that will continue to rise in the future, according to economic analysts and state legislators. We're not overdue for another recession. We're full bore into it. And that prediction, was reinforced because of COVID. Now we have to prioritize responsible use of bond funds to modernize and rebuild and right size our campuses. We have to make decisions that will free up monies from our general fund by lowering operational costs. And that includes our exploration of solar, because if we had enough solar on our campuses, we wouldn't have to pay electrical, and the electrical costs keep going up. So that would be good use of bond dollars to save us in our general fund. I just want to point out, we must try to continue to negotiate with our employee bargaining representatives to achieve additional savings and improve services, but we can't put the district back into fiscal insolvency to provide raises. If we can't afford them now, that's our position. We'll look at what the budget looks like going forward in the future. We need to maintain civic partnerships with the boosters, with Cabrillo Education Foundation, with the Boys and Girls Club, to see if we can continue to maintain services and not make those program cuts, but also not have to pay for them. And we have continued at the implementation of the cuts, and we will continue with changing funding conditions to look for other cuts, whether or not they're viable or needed. Next slide. Again, we had to give a budget cut savings of 2.6 million. The county required it of us to get that positive budget certification to remain solvent and retain local control. They still protected basic classroom services. Most of those cuts were not to basic classroom services. It included overstaffing, nice to have versus need to have, inefficiencies, redundancies, stuff that wasn't considered to be core. We will probably need to look back with a financial advisory committee in the fall at what is core, because I do believe that we will continue to wrestle with this budget and continue to look at the fact that we are deficit spending. We know this impacts staff. It's clear. It impacts all of us. It impacts our staff because it required layoffs. Some were avoided because of attrition. I think the FCMAT said almost 90% of our expenses are in staffing, wages, and benefits. That's just the reality of many districts in the state of California, but we're higher than most. We said that we would always reevaluate and restore as we could, and that's what this slideshow tonight was. We implemented most of those budget cuts or savings, and we got a windfall that helped us with a positive budget certification. But that all changed with COVID-19's impact on state funding, on county funding, and on local funding. And so whether or not we're basic aid or local control funding formula or flipping back and forth, there's less money, fewer dollars coming from local funding, from county funding, from state funding. Next. The appendix, and I know I got taken task for including the salary schedule, but again, it was requested of us to do that because there was some, discussion that teachers aren't getting raises, but they also said, but what about the salary schedule? And the salary schedule does provide incremental increases for compensation over time every year up until the 12th year, where it is then leveled until the 15th year, the 18th year, the 21st year, the 24th year, and the 27th year. We also included the Legislative Analyst Office report on reserves for people so they can understand that there's the facts. That's how reserves are calculated. And that was a recent report saying people better get their reserves in shape because of the coming recession and the COVID situation. And that was where it said the average, California reserve is 17%. You can read it there. Don't take my word for it. And we also included an article on the doom and gloom scenario, which is not mine, but which is from the San Francisco Chronicle and from Capital Advisors and School Services California and the state of California, that revenues will be decreasing. And if anybody reads the paper or looks on EdSource, every district is grappling with this. It is not just us. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you very much, Sean. Just a point of order, looking ahead at everything on our agenda tonight. I know we still have 2 public hearing sections, consent items, and then we have another 9 items for discussion and actual roll call votes. On under section 13, Dr. McFetridge, is there anything that is not time critical that we could move to July?
I believe that the site and district professional development plan is quick. The 8th grade curriculum, I want to approve that, but I think it's a 1-pager and could be done in 1 minute. It's what was requested by the staff. The COVID-19 operational written report has to be approved. It is very similar, could be done very briefly. I've reported on this before, and this is just something we have to do by the state. The reaffirmation of the administrative regulation, I know that people said that that was me putting it in there as an exclamation point, but it actually is required of us for us to be able to continue to explore implementation of that. And basically that's just saying you have the policy, you just need to say you reaffirm it. The approval of the budget, I think you've asked enough questions on the budget. It's just an up and down vote at this point, I believe. And the resolutions, you've got to have these resolutions because it's the budget time. So I think if you all can contain your questions and have read and understood the packet, then we could get through this in short order. And I would beg our staff to not talk longer than necessary. I think a lot of this is sort of can be done if we all have the discipline to not opine, but just ask absolutely necessary questions.
Go eat dinner. I just ate dinner. I feel way better. Grab something to eat. I'm alive again. Apparently I needed dinner.
So my response to you, President Hines, is I think, you could wait on some
You're
things.
saying buck up and just do it, but you didn't answer whether or not anything could be deferred until July.
I think that we're spending more time talking about deferring it than if we just go forward and do it. Let's just bang through it like Sean said. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I heard too. Anything that could be deferred is like a 2-second thing anyway. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Just wanted to acknowledge the time. Make it an ask. 11A, public hearing. Unless there's any more questions on finance.
I think we covered everything. Thank you.
11A.
Okay, you
We-
want to open a public hearing?
We need to open the public hearing.
So the public hearing is open.
There are not comments.
The public hearing is closed.
If anybody were to look at that page, Mr. Contreras put on the memo what the recommended minimum reserve is, and he shows very clearly, again, in red, that in 21-22, go in the red, and in 22-23, you're $3 million in the red, which by this budget, we would need to then come back and make another set of cuts, probably in the fall, of 1.6 million yet again, deja vu all over again, to be able to make our minimum 3% reserve, our minimum 3% reserve, so we can stay solvent.
Thank you. Public hearing on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2020-21 is open.
There are also no comments.
Any comments, Sean?
Again, this district budget, if you look at the memo, you have to by July 1st, which is why this could not wait,
Right.
a budget. And so the hearing for people to, speak or forever hold your peace.
Thank you very much. Public hearing closed. Bringing us to consent items. Do I have a motion to approve consent items?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Sophia,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
consent item. Oh, and Lauren, I don't know if she's, I hope she went to bed. Consent items passes. Bringing us to 13A, approval of the 2020-21 site and district professional development plan.
Okay,
Dr.
so I will not open the presentation or the memo, but we have 6 days that are in the contract, where 3 of the days site educators will vote on 3 days, and the district will deliver 3 days professional development. We are continuing to give professional development through the lens of equity and making sure that we embed MTSS as well as remote learning best practices. And so we bring that to the board for your approval.
I do need to bring up here that included in that professional
Oh,
development
yes. Thank you.
is technology devices for our classroom educators. I heard from outgoing CUTA president, co-president Ramon Macias, that we could not assume that teachers had computers in their homes. And because our computers that are on their in their classrooms are getting older and we're going to need to upgrade them anyway, this includes technology devices so that we would provide laptops for teachers so that they could use them in their classroom or take them home. We think it's an elegant solution. You cannot offer both because it would be too expensive to run Microsoft and buy the licenses for all of them, and it would double your costs for new computers. And I think really, I just want to thank Dr. Bhatia for working with staff, with teachers, to talk about, I know that she met with Heidi Mills and Ramon Macias and others in previous months, because they had requested more professional development on distance learning. And for those who have signed up in the summer for distance learning, we thank them. And we also know that we will need to continue to provide that in the year. And so I also think it's very important that we create avenues for anti-racist education, ongoing professional development about equity and anti-bias, implicit bias training like we did last year. Thank you, Dr. Bhatia.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve 13A?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Sophia,
And I just want to make the comment, thank you. I know we're trying to go quickly, but I don't want to gloss over how much work this was to pull together and how it will be to actually execute on it. And to just comment my appreciation for the overall theme that's throughout here, which is equity through MTSS, because I think that hits a couple of the things that we're trying to hit. So, it's great to see that, and I know it's kind of a work in progress as far as how we do that. And I think learning, Kim referred earlier to us as lifelong learners. I think we all are. So this is super important, and thank you for doing it.
Thank you. It was a team effort. Educators, principals, and our district staff. Thank you.
So Sophia, was that an aye?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Motion passes 5+1. That brings us to 13B, approval of 8th grade curriculum.
Yes, so a new practice at Cabrillo this year is to use the Curriculum Advisory Council as a committee that approves any curriculum, no matter what funding source is being used. And again, now more than ever, this is a time, and I have to applaud our Cunha Intermediate ELA educators, Ms. Demirs, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Bartel, because they are making sure that representation of our community is available in literature. And so we do bring to the board approval of the 8th grade novel, The Tequila Worm by Viola Canales.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the 8th grade curriculum, The Tequila Worm by Viola Canales?
So moved.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Do I have a second?
Second, Lisette.
Oh, Lizette.
Thank you, Lizette. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Aye for me. Lizette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Motion passes 5+1. Bringing us to 13C, approval of COVID-19 operational written report.
So as Dr. McFetrich mentioned, this is the official written report. It was very easy at utilizing the information that Dr. McFetrich already presented to the board. This is in written format, and we do have to approve this and answer a series of questions in a very succinct manner. And so we do bring the COVID-19 operational written report, which again reflects the same information presented to the board a few weeks ago in a narrative form. We bring it to the board for your approval.
Thank you so very much. Do I have a motion to approve the COVID-19 operational written report?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you for all the hard work on this. This is one of those that really is incredible in terms of timing and craziness. And any other comments, questions about the COVID-19 report? Roll call vote. Aye. Sophia?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Motion passes 5+1. That brings us to 13D, reaffirmation of Administrative Regulation 6D112, school day, extended kindergarten.
I've spoken about this, and Dr. Baccia, do you mind me speaking to this? Because I just want to say, we did not bring this as an exclamation point. We are negotiating the contractual impacts of our policy decision as leadership to provide extended day kindergarten, but we have to negotiate its impacts with CUTA. That is ongoing, but we have to, if we're ever to implement it, according to Ed Code, make sure that we had a policy. So we looked at the policy, and we indeed do have the policy that says we will not exceed the hours of first grade. And that is basically what it says. The average school day for TK students will be at least 3 hours, but no longer than 4 hours. Recess may be counted as instructional minutes for determining the maximum school day if teacher supervision occurs. And really the bottom line is that extended day kindergarten does not exceed the length of the primary school day. I know this is a sensitive topic. We've talked about it tonight several times. We've talked about it this year several times. I understand that some people consider me upsetting the apple cart. We believe it's a value that's important for equity, for working families in particular, and for instructional minutes, extending the instructional minutes. We're just doing it to make sure that we have the policy per ed code so we can proceed.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion to reaffirm the administrative regulation?
So moved.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Roll call vote. Aye. Sophia?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Freya? I think you were muted.
No.
Oh, it was
Aye.
just quiet, sorry.
Yeah.
Motion passes 5+1. Bringing us to 13E, approval of CUSD budget for the fiscal year.
We
20.
presented to the board, so do we get approval of the budget as presented?
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved, Lizette.
Thank you, Lizette. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sophia. Roll call vote. Aye. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Motion passes. Item 13F, adoption of resolution 2320, temporary interfund borrowing for fiscal year 2019-20.
It is to borrow from one fund to close our books in black. It's
Do I have a motion to
So
approve?
moved. So moved.
Thank you, Freya. Do I have a second?
I'll second, Sophia.
Thank you, Sophia. Sorry. Roll call vote. Aye. Sophia?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Motion passes. Bringing us to 13G, adoption of resolution 2420, authorizing the district to spend funds received in 2019-20 from the education protection account.
The funds that we receive from the education protection account, we are putting forward for educational instruction services, and the resolution is to affirm that.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. That was Freya. Do I have a second?
Second, Lizette.
Thank you, Lizette. Roll call vote. Aye. Lizette?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2520, reaffirming responsibility of governing board to represent all COSIDE students and constituents.
So real quickly, I just want to point out that in the consent calendar, we had all the information there to go ahead with the years of work you have done to move to by trustee area elections. 2 positions are up in the fall. And we have long spoken, you have spoken to the public and to me saying, hey, we should make sure to remind everybody that as we go to by trustee area elections, we still have a responsibility to the all co-side students and all constituents. I won't read the resolution, but basically it gives you the reasons why you did this, to avoid litigation, to better represent all different kinds of distinct voting areas and populations and communities. And basically it says that you have consistently voiced and pledged your commitment to represent the interests of all students and all constituents in the different COSIDE communities, regardless of whether or not those individuals live in any particular trustee area where you are elected. And so this resolution hereby upholds and affirms your responsibility to make policy decisions that represent the diverse interests and collective needs of all students and all constituents as a board of trustees responsible for setting policies and making decisions that must represent a unified public school district as a whole. This came as a recommendation from you as a board for me to write it. That's why it's here tonight.
Thank you very much. And I do agree that this is important for all of us. Do I have a motion to approve our resolution to reaffirm our responsibility to represent all COSIDE students and constituents, no matter which area we're elected from?
So moved, Lizette.
Thank you, Lizette. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Freya. It's a roll call vote. Aye.
Just real quick, I just want to, but just real quick, want to say thank you for bringing this. I brought this up a couple times, and I do think it's really important that we keep this in mind as we move into these elections, so that we represent everyone and everything. So, thank you.
I heard you, and that's why I wrote the resolution.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it's something we're all pretty much in favor with, even since before Sean came on board. So it's, I think we can speak for myself as well, agree, and grateful for you bringing it to us, Sean.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Aye. Sophia?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Motion passes. Bringing us to 13I, adoption of resolution number 26-20, authorization of dry period loan from San Mateo County Office of Education.
This is what I spoke to you about, 1 month that we would be borrowing from the San Mateo County Office of Education journal in and out so that we can finish the school year, close our books in the black.
We should point out for the public, if you did not read this, Mr. Contreras, this is about the Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund. There's currently a debate at the state and county level about how those funds are collected and divvied up. This affects not just San Mateo County, but Napa, Marin. Let me get that right. Napa, Marin, no, maybe not Napa, Marin, San Francisco, San Mateo. Is that not right?
This is the one for the borrowing of the $14 million from the San Mateo County Office of Education for to close our books.
But it's based on ERAF.
ERAF, yes.
Yeah.
They withheld ERAF.
Again, this is a sample of the dysfunction of funding in our state, and it has impacted several counties. We're not alone in this. I was just speaking with Nancy McGee about this, superintendent of San Mateo County Office of Education today, actually. This is really putting a lot of districts in a bad place and a lot of counties in a bad place. And until they adjudicate this or figure out what they're going to do, we have to make this loan.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to pass the authorization of dry period loan?
So moved.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Do I have a second?
I'll second. I also have some questions too before we go to vote.
Okay,
Yeah, quick
thank you,
question.
Sophia.
Yeah, two quick questions. Number one, is this to help us close the books for 1920, Jesus? Or
Yes.
for, yes, okay, so for like in the next 2 weeks.
Yes.
Just checking. I thought I heard. Number two, if I understand correctly, it's a $14 million loan. It's crazy to do like 2 weeks. Do you know like how much of that is interest, or is this an interest-free loan?
No, it is not an interest-free. It is whatever the county would have received at their coffers. That's the interest, which is minimal. Is not like the bank.
Oh, it's what they would have received if it was like invested somewhere. So,
so they're going to
5%
journal in
maybe.
the money, and they're going to journal it out in
Okay.
at the end of the in July.
So probably is somewhere in the order of 50 to 100K, I'm guessing. It's just
I think it's less than that.
less than that. Okay.
But I'll bring.
Yeah, it's
So-
definitely offline and we can follow up. And I'm just kind of curious, just the order of magnitude. Because again, when we take loans, I think it's now the second large loan that we've had. And it's to your point about having reserves, right? When you borrow money, it costs money. It's those payday loans that kill you. That's why people are trying to make those illegal. So thank you.
Someday I'm going to pay cash for a car, but until then, I'm going to keep getting those loans,
At least go for the one with the low interest rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious how much the interest on this, or this will end up costing us as well. I just curious.
It is not. It's a county's dollars, County Office of Education dollars. So only the dollars that they would have received had they kept that in their coffers.
Yeah.
As opposed to a trans, which would be more expensive.
Yeah.
And again, we're not the only district that is having to take this loan.
Yes.
And this is no fault of ours. This is entirely up to the state and county fighting over this because of what they consider calculation error by numerous counties. And if you want to read about it, I would recommend Googling ERAF.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Makes sense. Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, it's a roll call vote. Aye. Sophia?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Congratulations, we made it through section 13, I think in record time. So thanks, Sean, for the backup recommendation there. And thank you to everyone who worked so hard to prepare all the sections of this tonight's package. I know it's an enormous level of effort, and thank you. It really does help us get through it and understand and communicate with our community. Upcoming future board agenda items will be approval of the of CUSD board policy update as recommended by CSBA. Future events, we're actually going to schedule, it was not originally on the agenda, but because we know we've got the work to do with COVID-19 planning and back to school, we're holding a board meeting on a regular Thursday night, but July 16th. So mark your calendars, July 16 will be our next board meeting. And then we have August 13, first day of school. I wish everyone a wonderful evening. And do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. We made it before midnight.
Thank you. Do I have a
Barely.
second?
I'll second, Sophia.
Thank you, Sophia. Roll call vote. Lizette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank you.